Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Here we go. It is a daily tip on the BetMGM Network on this Thursday edition. Good morning. Great to have you along with us as we hopefully get you through the week and close to the weekend. Coming up in the next 3 hours, we'll tell you about our best bets from last night, including the headlines from yesterday and why or why not you should be betting on Travis Hunter, the stud rookie for the Jacksonville Jaguars this season. In 20 minutes, more from the NFL, and we'll stay in Florida to see if Tyreek Hill can get back in the good graces of the Miami Dolphins. That is followed by a look at the odds in the SEC at 640 and how those odds compare to the preseason media poll, if we can glean any sort of insight into looking at both of those. At 7 o'clock, another big name in college football has an opinion about the college football playoff. Then it's our favorite plays of the day on a short slate in baseball at 7:20, followed by our blind rankings at 7:40, featuring sports movies. I'm going to suck at this. I have seen so few sports movies, which is sort of embarrassing. So it's going to be, I don't know. Maybe I'll get lucky and have seen one or two, but we'll see how that goes. Then during the 8 o'clock hour, bringing my good friend and longtime DC stalwart when it comes to covering the Commanders, JP Finley, to give us the latest on the team negotiating with Terry McLaurin, how that's going to play out. And finally, we'll have the Doctor coming your way at 8:40. I'm Michael Jenkins. Chelsea Messenger is out there somewhere in the ether in Nashville, working on her computer right now, so we will get her in as soon as we can. Before we do that, I just want to continue a conversation that I had off the air with everyone before we get to our bets. I want to know how frustrated I should be by this. I won't say her name, well, even though I've said it before because I didn't doubt this story was going to come home. So I had about a month ago, this is college football related. Everyone knows I went to Texas. Everybody knows this story. When I mention, like, the South, Double D immediately starts playing the Texas fight song. Like, he's got it right there. So my friend says, hey, if you want to go to Texas, Ohio State, guess what? You're in luck. I can get his face value tickets. I was like, count us in. That sounds awesome. She was just, all you got to, in fact, you could probably stay at the Airbnb where I'm staying. Even better. So 3 or 4 days ago, not even 3 or 4 days ago, 2 days ago, I get a text that says, hey, are you guys coming? And so I said, Catherine, honey, we got to get on it. We make reservations. We got the flights. We got the hotels. We're ready to go. And then so I text my friend and say, hey, guess what? We're in. She goes, oh, awesome. I'm going to look and see if I can get you those tickets. No promises, though. Great. That's awesome. Because what I really want to do, especially when we're trying to save for a wedding, is pay $800 per ticket or $400 per ticket, standing room only, for Texas, Ohio State, and Columbus. So then I spent 2 hours on the phone and chatting with Orbitz yesterday to cancel that. And there she is, Chelsea Messenger, live, ready to go. Chelsea, you've heard most of this story. How frustrated should I be that I spent a whole early part of my afternoon getting ready for this trip, and then I'm like, well, I don't want to go if maybe we're going to drop all this extra money on tickets, because the reason why we're going in the first place is because we were promised face value tickets. I mean, am I overreacting here? But I'm kind of frustrated.
Yeah, glad I caught you in a good mood, Jenks.
I'm in a good mood.
So what was her excuse? Because I feel like this all hinged on somebody saying she could get you tickets.
Yeah.
Like, she's going back on it now? Like, what was her excuse?
I mean, it's not, she's a really good person, so I don't want to be too harsh, but I was thinking back to our conversation when we had drinks together, text conversations after that, and not once did I ever get the implication that this was something that was possible or probable. It was guaranteed, like, oh, I can get us these tickets. Not like, hey, if you do it, I think maybe I can make this happen. So I was like, oh, if you can do that, I mean, that's half the battle, right? Especially this late in the game when you're talking about Texas, Ohio State. People have been planning for this game for months and months. So getting really good seats is part of saving so much money. And so I even asked Catherine, I go, if we look back through the text thread, am I misreading this? And she's like, no. Like, the implication the entire time is we got the tickets. We just got to get there. So we might reschedule again. I'm supposed to find out this morning now, maybe, if those tickets are going to come home. But, God, chatting with Orbitz, calling the hotel myself in Columbus, and then hearing, oh, no, Orbitz has to call us because these rooms are non-refundable. And convincing them to refund me the money was not great.
I've been there before. Like, because if you book it with a third-party site, it's like nothing to do with the hotel. It's like, well, you got to go through Orbitz or Travelocity or whatever. So are the tickets not even a possibility now? Like, how did it go from guaranteed to, like, you have to buy your own tickets? Like, what?
I don't know.
Even try?
Yes, but, well, I need to reach out. The game's on Fox instead of ESPN, and I'm like, well, that was the case when we talked about this. Double D, college football guru. On a scale of 1 to 10, should I be upset? I'm not really, like, angry about it. I'm just more flustered and disappointed because I really wanted to see Texas, Ohio State. Still a possibility, but things are going to have to sort of work out in my favor in a way that I didn't anticipate before.
This is a friendship breaker for me. You promised me face value tickets.
I swear to God.
And now you're going back on it? Our friendship is over. I can't even look you in the face. You've deceived me. No, I'm done. I'm absolutely 100% done.
Part of this was you can stay at the Airbnb. That's not an option now either. I'm like,
that was... important question. Was she drinking when she said all of this? Because it's seeming like she probably was, right?
Well,
when
that's
you're starting
we were
to drink
drinking,
and you make these promises.
We were early on, and I was getting the hard sell, and we've known each other for a long. And she is a fantastic person, huge Texas fan, and I was like, well, I mean, yeah,
but she wasn't drinking yesterday when she texted because
no.
she said she's like, I need 24 hours.
Yes.
So like that to me was like, all right, well, she has it. She just needs to know, are you going to go or should I give these to somebody else?
Exactly. And I literally said to her, I will get back to you within 24 hours. So 18 hours later. Yeah.
Pause. So there was a threat of giving the tickets to somebody else?
No, it was, hey, are you guys coming? This is when I'm coming in. Everything's good to go. I'll be here early. And I was like, oh, well, we got to get on this because she's got the tickets and she needs to know if we're going to use them. And now she didn't say I have them in hand, but that was understood the entire time. I mean, you've heard me tell the story on this show. I'm getting tickets at face value. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah.
Okay. Who knows? Well, I guess I'll be sitting on my couch here in Washington, D.C.
It really be your own people.
Yeah.
Doing you dirty here.
God.
Hate to see it.
Terrible. You know who did you dirty, Chelsea? Your baseball teams last night that you bet on.
Oh, yeah. Love that. All of the teams that I bet on, both of them. And the worst part was these were like early games, so I spent the whole day thinking about these. So the Marlins played at like 11 a.m. or some nonsense. So I had Sandy Alcantara, starting pitcher for the Marlins, over his earned runs prop, 2.5 earned runs. He had hit this in 5 straight. And he's had a disaster of a season. By his standards, somebody's won a Cy Young. And of course, he picks the day that I bet on him to go shutout. Didn't give up a single run in this game against the Padres. Don't know how he did it, but that was an L for me. Giants-Braves had the Braves on the first 5-run line. The Giants finally decided to give Justin Verlander some run support. Spencer Strider was pitching. So listen, I would have played these bets again. No regrets, but they did not come home. Sometimes that's baseball.
That's just the way it goes. I was on those 2 bets as well, so 2 L's for me there. Fortunately, the Reds on the money line and the Guardians on the money line came home. So, needed those. It was a sweat with the Guardians and O's too because the Guardians won 3-2 last night. Reds winning 5-0 over the Nats. So 2-2 evening for me. Donster gets the win. Had the Rangers on the money line against the A's. Rangers win 3-2. So for the week here on the show, you are 0-3-2. I'm 4-4, and the Donkster leading the way at 2-0. It is a daily tip on the BetMGM network and in the NFL. We saw this headline yesterday. Very interesting. Jacksonville, what are they going to do with Heisman Trophy winner Travis Hunter, who can play offense, play defense? Head coach Liam Cohen says now the team has mapped out everything for Hunter during camp, and this is the plan.
Yeah, he will. Probably within the first, 6 practices or so. Like, we'll probably have him, you want to give him a couple days offense, couple days defense, and then give him an opportunity to go flip-flop within the same practice. And then that will kind of become the norm, right? Like, once we do that, that'll kind of become the norm and how we operate, but it'll probably be within the first week or so.
Very interesting,
Duval.
too. Oh, Duval. Remember that? Oh, God.
Oh,
I'd almost forgotten that. I almost bleached that from my brain. Duval. Well, if you go back to OTAs in minicamp, they had Hunter mainly working offensively just because the Jags said it, and I understand this. Learning an offense when you're talking about check downs and audibles and adjustments, it's more difficult to learn than the defensive side of the ball, which is more natural for Travis Hunter. But he's going to play on both sides. So how do you bet on Travis Hunter, Chelsea, to win Offensive Rookie of the Year, 9-1, Defensive Rookie of the Year, 7-1? Now, BetMGM won't let you parlay, but they're offering 2 specials. Travis Hunter to win Offensive Rookie of the Year or Defensive Rookie of the Year, plus 280, or to win both, 80-1. Would you sprinkle some money on any of these bets for a guy that I think is going to be just spectacular from the jump?
Yeah, I think he's going to be great. And first of all, I want to say thank you, Jacksonville. Thank you, Liam Cohen, for giving the people what they want. Because listen, maybe we're not fans of the Jags, but I think all of us are probably fans of seeing what's going to happen with Travis Hunter. We want to see somebody play on both sides of the ball. So thank you for allowing this to happen. But as far as bets go, it feels to me when they offer you specials, and I don't know how much I have to back this up by, with logic or whatever, it's just, it feels like they're always traps. Do you get what I'm saying? When they're like, oh, we'll give you this bet for plus 280. And you're like, wow, that sounds like a great deal. So I'm a little suspicious of the special just because the number's so short, like plus 280. It's so difficult, especially I think if he's going to be playing on both sides of the ball, because as much of a Superman as he is, I do think it's going to be a huge step up in the NFL. And plus, you've got to put up some big numbers, which, there's some other guys across the league that, can put up big numbers if we're talking about Rookie of the Year on the offensive side of things, and especially defense, because sometimes it's really hard to quantify what you bring to a defense. So if he doesn't get those interceptions, and if there's somebody else who has more interceptions than him, maybe it's going to be a tough sell. But I will say, to put, wrap this all up, is that it is a narrative-based award. Like all of these are. When they're voted on, it's narrative-based awards, and I do feel like he's going to have the upper hand. Like we see this in baseball with Ohtani, but Ohtani puts up the numbers as well. So it's not just something that you give to him ceremoniously. It's because he puts up the numbers. So I think at this price, at plus 280 to win either, it's a little short for me. I don't think I will be betting on this.
I would put a little bit on him to win both at 80-1, which seems absolutely impossible in the NFL. But then again, when is the last time you've seen an athlete like Travis Hunter? I mean, if there's anyone that can do it, it'll be him. And he's playing on a team that needs his help on both sides of the football. So I think that's a big part of it as well. Like they need the help everywhere. And what I thought was interesting is that if you sort of read between the lines, and one of the coaches mentioned this, is that they noticed that when there was a big gap between practicing offense and defense, it didn't really serve Travis Hunter well. The implication being he's actually better when he's just always a part of the mix because he just has so much stamina and so much go in him that he's better when he's always a part of it. So he's going to get a ton of time. Naturally, he's a great defender. Last year in college football, probably a top 5 receiver as well. So, yeah, it's going to be really hard to do, especially with this offensive rookie class. But, man, at 80-1, why the hell not? I'll do it.
I guess if you want to put a little bit on it. I'm just saying it's 80-1 for a reason. And
Sure.
I hate to even bring this up, but when you're playing on both sides of the ball, it feels like the chance that you get injured almost doubles. Does it not? Like, I would hate to see it, and I'm certainly not rooting for it. I'm just saying it's a long season.
Chelsea, how dare you speak that? I mean, I know what you're saying now. I mean, he's not small, but he's slight for a guy that's going to get a ton of reps, but still at 81. I mean, you've rarely seen an athlete like this. If there's anyone that could possibly do it, but Travis Hunter. Coming up next on the show, how one NFL player is trying to regain the trust of his team. That is coming up next on the Daily Tip, and it is here on the BetMGM Network. Come on back.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show. Great to have you with us. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, one player tries to get back in the good graces of his football team. Before we get to that, let's continue talking about the NFL and the Cleveland Browns. So if you have not seen this video, please do yourself a favor and check it out. Because yesterday, the Browns decided we're going to have a big reveal. We're going to reveal our brand new helmet, an alternative uniform helmet called the Alpha Dog helmet. So they had what? Like an inflatable, like some sort of Browns inflatable over the actual helmet that they were going to reveal. And then, so the big reveal comes. They pull off the top. They reveal what is a brown helmet with an orange stripe. And the videographer taking a close-up video, which I think worked for the Browns, falls right into Lake Erie. This video is fantastic. You talk about a perfect metaphor for the Browns. Big reveal, guy, right in the water, Chelsea. If this isn't Cleveland Browns football, I don't know what is.
Yeah, at what point do we introduce Brownsing to the lexicon, right? Like, we've seen it with other teams in sports where it used to be like Clemsoning, where you lose a game in the second half. Like, when you think of Brownsing, the definition that you just thought of is exactly correct. Everybody knows what I'm talking about when you screw something up and it's just embarrassing. So I think that's what we take away from this is we start saying, hey, they just Brownsed all over themselves, because everybody knows exactly what that means.
Oh, my God. So embarrassing. Of all teams, like, of course it's the Browns. Do you know what I mean? It could be any team in the NFL. And what I love about this whole presentation was presented by Dude Wipes. Somehow it just makes sense. Because that guy, once he got out of Lake Erie, hey, man, don't worry, we'll get you cleaned up. We got some Dude Wipes here in the back for free. You'll be good to go. Good as new.
God. So this perspective from the cameraman is actually kind of cool, though. Like, the camera kept running. I wonder if it ruined it. Because, like, in my mind, working for local news, you think to yourself, well, is the camera okay? Apparently it kept recording because they did release this video. And I will say, at least it did go viral. Like, if I'm Dude Wipes, I'm saying, hey, this is going to get way more traction now than it would have before. Because, you know, the helmet itself, not that crazy. Like, okay, it's a little different. But, like, nothing wild that's going to go viral. But this did. So if I'm Dude Wipes, I'm actually happy about this.
God, it would suck to be the videographer that fell in Lake Erie and have it not go viral.
Right.
Then it's just a terrible day at work. You're wet. Your camera's destroyed, and no one cares.
Well, it doesn't show his face. At least it's like the POV from his camera.
That's
you know,
true.
and it's far away video when he is on the little dock or whatever. So I still don't really see what he looks like. So maybe he's like sitting there laughing, like, yeah, what an idiot. And nobody knows it's him.
Yeah. God, did you see this video? Where'd you get this video? Were you right there? No. A buddy sent it to me. A buddy. Also, he was picked up by a jet ski. He's okay. He was not drowning in Lake Erie. I mean, you never know. What if he couldn't swim or something like that? Even worse, what if he get out and they're like, you're not going to believe this, dude.
Really
We're out of Dude Wipes. We're out of Dude Wipes. Okay. But he made it. Everything's fine. And the Browns are still the Browns after all this time. What's the most embarrassing thing that's happened to you at work? Not necessarily here, but when you look back, you think, oh, my God, remember this one time? That one time?
I've had a lot of times, Jenks, unfortunately.
Oh, good.
So we can start with, like, the top one, which I got bowled over by football players on the sideline of a football game before. One time ended up in the emergency room. So maybe that's, like, less embarrassing and more like, okay, that just really sucked. But the other time was at Miami, Florida State. And this was a nationally televised game.
Okay.
So I was on the sideline, and there was a long play where, you know, when you're behind the lens of a camera, your depth perception is a little off. So, like, think about how fast these players move. So, like, I tried to get out of the way, but I was not fast enough. So
Okay.
I flipped over backwards. I had on a skirt, and this play actually resulted in a touchdown, which means they reviewed the play. And they showed this on the Jumbotron, and they showed this on national TV over and over and over again, and in slow motion. So you see the play go in the corner of the end zone, and you also see me topple over, and my shoes just go like, all the way to the other corner of the end zone. So not only was it painful, but it also was very embarrassing because everybody, of course, texts me and they're like, Chelsea, we just saw you on TV. I'm like, oh no, it's the play that I fell over, wasn't it? So that was really embarrassing.
Is that online anywhere? Can I watch it?
Probably.
Yes.
I don't know.
All right. I can look for that. That'd be awesome. I don't have anything that compares to that. Well, I do have a couple. One was just how I looked. Do you remember Evel Knievel? Do you remember him from back in the day? Does anyone remember the big stunt man?
The motorcycle guy.
Yeah.
That jumped over things.
Yes. And he had a very famous, like his suit was like this white suit that kind of had this, like these large, thick blue stripes. And I wore a shirt on the air one day that made me look like Evel Knievel. And someone pointed it out. And let me tell you something. Someone pointing that out caught fire. And I was so embarrassed because everyone was like, dude, you look like Evel Knievel. I'm like, I don't want to look like Evel Knievel on the air. So I had to burn that shirt. Never wore it again. That was not great. Not at all. By the way, I was researching Evel Knievel just for fun. Did you know he's in the Guinness Book of World Records for broken bones? 443 fractures in his life. That's crazy, right?
I mean, it makes sense.
I mean, it does.
I'm not super shocked because doesn't he do like daredevil things?
Yeah, he did back in the day, especially when it was a lot less safe. Also tried to kill a guy with a baseball bat. That's a true story, too. Man, good times. So, in the NFL, Chelsea, thankfully Tyreek Hill is not trying to kill anybody. But, he's killed the trust of his team over the offseason because we saw this during the last game of 2025, right? The Dolphins are playing the Jets. What does Tyreek do? Just removes himself from the game. Like, I'm done here. Tells reporters, I don't want to play here any longer. And then during the offseason, what does he do? The whole cryptic thing on X where he'll post things and you think, what does this mean? But the people are inferring, well, it means you probably want to leave Miami. Well, Tua Tagovailoa was asked about this yesterday and says he has noticed a change with his star receiver.
I'm not the only one that heard that. You guys aren't the only people that heard that. A lot of people that follow football, that follow the Miami Dolphins, that follow Tyreek, that are fans of his, everyone has seen that. So when you say something like that, you don't just come back from that with, hey, my bad. You got to work that relationship up. You got to build everything up again. And, yeah, it's still a work in progress, not just for me, but for everybody. But, like I said, he's working on himself. He's working on the things that he says he wants to get better with and do better on. So that's the first step to me, and so I commend him for doing that.
I mean, I hope Tyreek Hill goes back to being his normal self. He really sort of took a step back last season as far as performance, and then, of course, the whole personality conflict at the end of the year. Dolphins' win total this season is set at 7 and a hook. To make the playoffs, they're plus 165. Not to make the playoffs, minus 200. And also, Mike McDaniel, their head coach, 5-1 to be the first head coach fired. So how do you bet on the Dolphins? Do you bet on the Dolphins? Because the Dolphins are a team that I feel like it wasn't long ago where they had all this potential. They've got this high-powered offense. They could be kind of a dark horse in the AFC. And now it's, Mike, you might lose your job. Nobody wants to play there. What happened to Miami?
Yeah. I think it's one of those cases of like the culture is just crumbling. Yeah. And I don't think it's Tua Tagovailoa's fault because when I first heard this quote, I would say to myself, if there's anybody who can handle this situation with grace, it's Tua. Because say what you want about him when he's on the field or when he can't stay on the field, but I feel like he has handled adversity pretty well. And even with all these former head coaches and offensive coordinators kind of dragging him through the mud, like he's remained like pretty positive, and I feel like he feels sure of himself. So he handles this situation maturely like he always does. But it just feels like there's not enough leaders in the locker room in Miami. And we saw that was going to be a storyline coming into the season because they lost a lot of their veterans, including guys like Calais Campbell and guys who've just been in the locker room for so long. And we talk about this as an X factor for a lot of teams. A lot of times we don't say it's like one of the top things, but you do need leadership, especially when like one of your top players is Tyreek Hill, who's constantly flip-flopping back and forth between being on his best behavior and making great catches to saying, I don't want to be here and I want to be traded. So it's one of those things where it just feels like they have a culture issue. Like that's what we've seen. And I think that continues to be the problem. And a lot of that falls on the head coach. So whether we like to admit it or not, because a lot of people really like Mike McDaniel, they do have a culture issue. And I think that's one of the reasons why he is one of the favorites to be fired this year.
Yeah, which is crazy to me because you hear about how Mike McDaniel has a great comeback story, right? Struggled for a while, has a connection with Dan Quinn, and Mike McDaniel got back on his feet, and here he is, head coach of the Dolphins. But, man, when that culture starts to crumble, it's a hard time putting those pieces back together, and I don't know the real reason for that. It's not necessarily at Mike McDaniel's feet, but obviously if the team doesn't win, that's where the blame is going to go. It's like being quarterback in the NFL. If you're a quarterback or a head coach and you're not winning, you get the blame whether it's necessarily fair or not. If you look at the odds on the first head coach fired at BetMGM, Brian Dable is your favorite at plus 375. Zach Taylor, plus 450. You have McDaniel at 5-1. And then, there are the Brownies again. Kevin Stefanski at 5-1. I was kind of surprised to see Zach Taylor at plus 450. But I suppose if the Bengals get off to another slow start, maybe they decide to switch gears. I just can't imagine that happening.
I mean, last year Joe Burrow had like an MVP season and they didn't even make the playoffs.
Yeah.
You know, like maybe it's on the defense. And if I remember correctly, didn't they change defensive coordinators? So obviously they've already made that change. But at the end of the day, you're right. Like the accountability always falls on the head coach. So again, the window is certainly not closing for Joe Burrow and the Bengals. But it's one of those things where it's like, how many prime years of Joe Burrow are we going to be wasting? So I know we've had questions about Zach Taylor before because, again, he has been gifted a franchise quarterback. Usually you can at least get to a Super Bowl, and I know he has, didn't win it, but it's not that shocking to me. Like, we'll see because it feels like the front office has, like, a boatload of other issues to be dealing with right now, but we'll see in Cincinnati.
Well, since we're talking about quarterbacks, the Giants have a decision to make at quarterback, and they made it yesterday. Here is head coach Brian Dable.
Can any of the other quarterbacks challenge Russell for the week 1 starting job, or is that door closed? That's his.
Yeah, like I said, these guys will be out here competing, but Russ is our starter.
Ooh. I mean, not really a surprise. Russ gets the start, so he beats out Jackson Dart, the rookie from Ole Miss, and your guy, our guy, Jameis Winston. So here's an interesting question. Who is in a better spot quarterback-wise? You got Russ, Jackson Dart, Jameis, or back to the Browns. The Browns just dominating the show today.
God.
Or the Browns who have 5 quarterbacks on the. It's all about the Browns. Or the Browns who have 5 quarterbacks on their roster, including 2 rookies in Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders. This quarterback room is something. This should be a sitcom in Cleveland. Who has it better than us? That's what the Harbaughs would ask. The Browns or the Giants?
The Giants, because listen, like it doesn't count for extra when you have extra quarterbacks. Like you can't combine them all into one super quarterback, and only one quarterback can play at a time. So the question is, who has the best number 1 starter?
Yeah.
And for me, it's still the Giants. Like Russell Wilson is a veteran. I know he's had his down years, but we saw that he can be a decent starter with his time in Pittsburgh. So I think this is the right move for the Giants, especially with a young quarterback in Jackson Dart who can learn under Russell Wilson. So I do think it's the Giants here that are in the better spot when it comes to starting quarterback.
This Browns quarterback room needs to be a sitcom. This needs to be a sitcom. It's setting up perfectly for one, right? You got the 2 rookies, Dylan Gabriel, Shedeur Sanders. They're playful. They're always kind of bickering because they're young guys. You have Joe Flacco, so annoyed. Just leave him alone. He's the grumpy old guy. He's won it all. Every now and then they'll have a serious moment. He leans in. He gives some sage advice. Nobody likes Deshaun Watson. Every time he comes on screen, boo. And then Kenny Pickett is the guy. He's the comic relief guy, right? Like, he probably doesn't belong. He's not going to play any games. You know, everybody will be sitting around watching film, and then the door opens, and it's Kenny Pickett. He's like, hey, is there a meeting going on in here? And everybody laughs. And he goes, dude, because they're sponsored by Dude Wipes. I mean, this has all the makings of an absolute hit. So if the Browns are going to stink, why not make some money on primetime TV? And this is how great ideas come to fruition. Chelsea, you just talk them out. Next thing you know, Browns are on CBS. Coming up next on the show, the SEC looks to have the best conference in the country this season, but do you trust the books or the polls? College football next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great Thursday. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. College football coming your way. The eyes of the SEC preseason polls are on Texas, but do the sports books feel the same way? Chelsea, how do you feel about this? Last week, a meteorite, the largest known piece of Mars that has ever fallen to Earth, was sold to an anonymous bidder at Sotheby's in New York for $5.3 million. It weighs 54 pounds. And when I heard this story, I'm like, I'm someone who likes space, fascinated with space. Know a couple people who work at NASA and always enjoy those conversations because they know exponentially more than I do. But I have to say, when you look at this rock, it just looks like a rock. You must really be into space or just have the kind of money you just want to throw away. Because even if you displayed it, I swear to God, you'd be like, did you get this in Virginia a couple weeks ago? I'm just a big fan of geology. But it is from the Martian surface. Apparently only 400 Martian meteorites have ever been found on Earth. But would I spend more than $5 million on one? Gonna say negative, Ghost Rider. Not gonna do that.
Yeah, especially you can get a really nice house for that. House, rock. And I understand there's sentimental value, I suppose. I don't know what you call that. If that's your hobby. But still, isn't this the plot of Joe Dirt? Where he finds that asteroid and it turns out to be space poop? What if they found that out? They got it inspected once and yeah, this is definitely from Mars or whatever. And then they get it inspected again, or the inspector calls back, listen, we mixed up the test results. That's actually, space poop that we found that was, on the surface of the moon. And it definitely has fecal matter in it. You should probably get it out of your house. So yeah, $5 million for an asteroid? Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Well, now I've got money to save because I'm not going on this trip to Columbus. So I'll just put that in the old Mars Rock savings account. By the way, it was found in Africa back in November of 2023. So there you go. Some people just have so much money, they don't know what to do with it. It's you know what? I'll buy this rock. Why not? I'll just add it to my Mars collection. I got a collection of Texas paraphernalia, not worth $5.4 million. I've been buying some stuff for the fall. Very excited about football season. And Texas is your preseason SEC poll favorite, followed by Georgia, Bama, LSU, and South Carolina. Those are your top five. If you look at the odds at BetMGM, however, so they vary a little bit. Texas, Georgia, Bama, LSU, all the same. But then you have Ole Miss at 5 instead of South Carolina. I think the biggest discrepancy is the SEC preseason poll has Florida at number 6. But if you look at the odds at BetMGM, they are 9th in the SEC at 20-1. So where would you put your money here? Let's put Florida aside for a second. Texas is plus 250, Georgia 3-1, Bama 5-1. Are you buying into the hype of Arch Manning? Is there another team that you like? Is there any value here when you look at the SEC?
It definitely feels like it's Texas's year to win. And obviously, Arch Manning feels like a guaranteed great quarterback upgrade for Texas. But if you're looking further down the board for some value, because I do think, when you have these teams that play in the SEC, and we've seen this before, even last year, South Carolina was dangerously close to making the college football playoff.
Yeah.
So at 5 with Lenora Sellers returning at quarterback, I really like what Shane Beamer's doing with that program. 18-1, I think that's a pretty solid value play. Would have to really examine their schedule, though, because a lot of that goes into it. Some of these teams just have really, really tough schedules. It just kind of depends on the luck of the draw for that particular season. Florida, I think, is an interesting one because of what DJ Lagway, their quarterback, brought to the fold last year. Remember, it was a team that was in danger of firing their head coach halfway through the year, but then they had this great, second half of the season where they beat LSU, they beat Ole Miss. What do we make of Ole Miss? Do you think there is some of the fact that Lane Kiffin is always getting headlines and people like assume that they're a better program? Or do you have some faith in Ole Miss? Like, what am I missing here?
I think Ole Miss is always maybe an outside threat because I think Lane Kiffin is a very good head coach. And I also think that Ole Miss has spent some money. Like, if you look at one of the reasons why they were very good last year, it's because they were very aggressive in the portal and their NIL money was much higher than I think you might anticipate for Ole Miss, particularly when you're trying to compete in the SEC. But I think when you lose, I mean, of course, quarterback play is paramount. Jackson Dart was such a good college quarterback, a very good college quarterback. And, of course, it's recruiting. It's usually next man up. So I would need to look deeper into the depth chart when it comes to the SEC and who's next. But it would be hard to replicate that sort of performance or a guy like, I don't know, who was the guy on defense? Was it Walter Nolan, who was just their stud defensive lineman? They just had so much talent defensively, and they could sling the rock around. So I can see Ole Miss taking a step back before they sort of reinstitute their guys again. I do agree that I think it's Texas's year. I mean, this is their year. And I also think that, you know, I was a big proponent of keeping Quinn Ewers in as a Texas quarterback last year, but Arch is going to be a step up because he can run. I mean, he can really move. I think everybody remembers that highlight last year where he took off and people were like, oh, this is a Manning who can run. Like, he can really move. And when you have a guy who can throw the ball like that, who is particularly adept at throwing the ball down the field, throws a beautiful deep ball, and he can take off, then I think that will really open up the Texas offense. But also, they have to get past Georgia. And that's kind of been their bugaboo the past 2 seasons. So they're going to have to do that if they want to win the SEC, obviously, and they haven't done it yet.
Yeah. Do you have questions about Gunnar Stockton? I feel like I do, because we've seen flashes of him being an absolute gamesman and willing to take like several concussions in a game and still stay in there. But I'm not so sure about his high-end potential. Like, if we're talking about quarterback play, and I do think it's paramount in college football. Like, if you think of the greatest college football teams of all time, like, don't they have these standout quarterbacks? It's usually the case. So I'm not sure what to expect from Gunnar Stockton and a team that lost a lot of guys on the offense, on the offensive line. So it just feels like, you know, Georgia's always retooling. I'm never going to say that, like, it's a team that's going to be bad. I'm just not sure if this is the best Georgia team we've seen in the last few years. So, again, the door feels wide open for Texas because it does feel like all of the stars align for them. So when you see that small of a disparity, like Texas is plus 250, Georgia's 3-1. So I know Georgia's schedule is usually pretty easy, but I do have my questions, especially when the number is so short.
Yeah, I agree. And when you look at the odds to win the national title right now, it's Texas and Ohio State tied at 5-1. And I do worry a little bit about Texas being a touch overvalued because A, it's Texas. They always get a lot of money. And then B, you've got Arch Manning. There's going to be a ton of hype there. So even casual bettors are going to throw money at Texas. In fact, we're looking at the odds right now on our screen, and Texas is now the favorite at 5-1, followed by Ohio State at plus 525. I also think that certainly when you look at these teams, you want to look at the complete team. And we were talking to Phil Steele yesterday, and he said he has Texas as the number 1 ranked defense in the country. So if you're talking about a complete team, everyone's going to focus on Arch, and I get that. But it would be a huge mistake to ignore Colin Simmons or Anthony Hill, maybe the best defensive end linebacker combination in the country. Texas is going to be salty all the way around. I also think that Florida would generally be a great team. They came on at the end of last year. I like DJ Lagway a lot. But Chelsea, my God, their schedule is it is a grind. I mean, if you're Florida, it's going to be one awesome game after the other, but that'll take its toll in the SEC.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that about Texas because Texas, it doesn't have an easy schedule, and it certainly starts the year on a big note, like you've been talking about, against Ohio State on the road. So if you have futures bets on Texas, do you wait until after that game? Because obviously there is a question rolled into this. It's, do you think Texas is going to win against Ohio State? Because obviously the odds will not shorten or will not lengthen if they beat Ohio State. But if you think there is a chance that they struggle in the first game of the season, because remember, Arch Manning has not played a full season with Texas. So maybe, it takes him some time to acclimate to the offense, which I don't think is going to be the case. But is there an argument to wait on Texas for futures bets?
I think the problem is I think Texas is going to win that game. I think they're going to win outright. I really do. And I'm not being a homer. If you look at what Sark has done on the road in the past couple seasons, going to Michigan, winning, going to Bama, winning. And Arch is, I can't believe I'm saying this, I think you need to pump the brakes. I think he's better than people realize. He is really good. And Sark, when you give him a lot of time to prepare, he has proven because his offense can be so nuanced and so tricky and so complex, he can confuse a lot of defenses. And more than that, Ohio State is replacing a ton of NFL players. So when you have Texas, who will get the benefit of the doubt because it's Texas, you also have Ohio State, which gets the benefit of the doubt because it's Ohio State, the defending national champion. So it's not like these two teams are separated in that respect. They both get extra credit just because they're big names. But I think there's so many talented players that Ohio State is going to have to replace. And at quarterback, like Julian Sand's going to be their guy. How good is he going to be? This is going to be his first game as Ohio State quarterback. So we keep focusing on Arch Manning. Ohio State's breaking in a new guy, too, in their offense. So I think that is not necessarily a big differentiator like a lot of people think it will be. And if Texas wins that game, to answer your question, the odds shorten in a big way.
Yeah. So my next question is, would you rather bet on Texas to win the SEC or to win the national championship? Because I feel like even if they don't win the SEC, they will still be in the college football playoff, which, I still think they win the SEC, but you're getting 5-1 odds on them to win the national title as opposed to, plus 250 to win the SEC? Which bet do you make?
Nah, I'm going 5-1 to win the Natty. They're the favorites. This is their year. And when you have a young guy quarterback like Arch, I think the more games he plays, the better he gets, and maybe he peaks at the end of the season. I guess that's one theory. But, I'd take the better odds at 5-1. Coming up next year on the show, everyone has an opinion when it comes to the college football playoff, and so does another prominent college football head coach. That is next in hour 2 on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM Network. It's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
And Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Rise and shine, people. It's time for Hour 2, the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. Over the next hour, here's what's coming up. In this segment, we've heard all types of complaints about the college football playoff. Dan Lanning of Oregon has a new one. It has to do with the layoff. Is he right? We'll discuss that in this segment. At 7:20, we go on to our daily baseball bets. And then we go on with our summer draft series. This week's installment, sports movies. We rank our best and try to pick a nice roster of our favorite sports movies. It's all coming up next in the next hour here on the Daily Tip. All right, Jenks. So I feel like I'm starting to get in the mindset of football because we have been talking about college football. We had Phil Steele on. I'm watching like some college football things on YouTube, but I was starting to think to myself, okay, it's almost time for the Titans season to start as well, because I'm here in Nashville. I'm a Titans fan. But how do you emotionally prepare yourself for the season when you know your team's not going to be great? Like, I'm watching this stuff and I get myself excited. I'm like, oh, Cam Ward looks really good. Like, I'm loving these hype videos. But in my heart of hearts, I'm saying to myself, Chelsea, do not get too excited for this season. It might not be pretty. You might find yourself not wanting to watch the second half of games because that was the case last year. So, Jenks, I know the Commanders are high and mighty now, but how did you emotionally prepare yourself for the season back when the Commanders were not so great?
Well, I think what you do is you hope, you hinge not all of your hope, but you look and you say, look, maybe we have a franchise quarterback for the next decade. Maybe Cam Ward is the guy. Maybe he's not. But we certainly didn't know. The Commanders didn't know that Jaden Daniels was going to be that guy. I mean, he might be the best rookie quarterback in NFL history. That's not hyperbole. That's how good he was. But even if Cam Ward doesn't come close to that level, you can still have a very good rookie season and see the potential and see the light ahead. Because once you have a very good quarterback or a potentially great top 10 quarterback in the NFL, it just unlocks everything, right? It's the absolute key, as we know, in the National Football League. So I think what you look for is the progress of Cam Ward and say, you know what? He's going to take his lumps. That's part of being a pro and making the transition. But maybe he's going to be the guy. And if that happens, then you start thinking, all right, okay, maybe not this year, but in a couple years, we might have something here.
It's so hard for me to focus beyond my like blind jealousy of when you're like, he might be the best rookie quarterback we've seen in NFL history. I'm like, God, that must be nice.
It's true.
It's like when somebody says a statement where you're like, God, how am I supposed to like you? When they're like, yeah, I just eat whatever I want. Calories don't really matter to my body. I'm basically the same size. So I just eat whatever I want. You're like, great, must be nice. I'm so happy for you. When inside you're like seething. That's how I feel.
No, I told you that story where years ago I was talking to someone about going through my divorce. It was like the worst thing ever. And this woman was like, oh, I hate to hear that. My husband and I recently got a divorce. It was very amicable and we're very good friends. And it only took a couple weeks. We just kind of sorted things out and realized we shouldn't be together. And everything is great. I was like, oh my God, I'm going to stab you in the gut. I mean, I was envious, but also I was like, wow, good for you. But I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, but your divorce won't end up on Dateline. So you're never going to get that fame and glory.
Yeah.
Even though Jenks did not end up on Dateline,
no,
I feel like I need to clarify for the listeners.
Not yet. Not yet.
Not yet. It's a goal of his.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be awesome. Me
but
on
yes,
Dateline watching myself. Oh, incredible.
Oh, I forgot. Like, you're such a fan of Dateline.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that would be a full circle moment like maybe you can be like one of the witnesses. Like maybe you're not the murderer, maybe you're not the murderer, because obviously that wouldn't be fun because you couldn't watch yourself if you're dead. But maybe you'll know a murderer in your lifetime, and that would be really cool.
It'd be great for me. We were watching the night, and the lovely Catherine and I were cackling because it was a really sad story, but the family of the people that were affected by this murder or murders, they were so expressive, like over the top, like it was almost like watching a comedy bit. Like they asked, it was terrible, but they asked, what happened when you heard the news? And this guy goes, oh man, the first time I got the call that this happened, I was like, do what? Huh? What? And we were just like, and then they talked to like his sister and ma'am, what was your reaction? It had to be devastating. She goes, I just squinted my eyes and I thought, no way. No. And we were just like, what are we, it was just like, it was almost like an SNL skit. So we weren't trying to laugh because it was bad, but I will also admit that over the past week at our home, randomly you'll hear someone yell, do what? Huh?
Do what?
Huh? And
my
that's from,
stars.
Yeah, my stars. And it's from a Dateline episode. Yeah, it's strange.
Well, maybe that'll be you one day. Maybe you can have some bad acting when somebody's like, did you know your neighbor was an odd cat all of this time? What? The guy that stole our picture frame?
Slow down. The man that took my picture frame is also a murderer? The man that also stole our picture frame also sent me a random picture of a woman riding on a steel bull? Well, all that did happen without the fanning.
Yeah, there's definitely a weird backstory there if you aren't privy to our previous conversations. Jenks has a weird neighbor, but he's told us the story, so, we will be able to testify as witnesses if anything ever should happen. All right, Jenks, so we have more complaints in the college football ranks having to do with the playoff. So we've heard all the complaints about the format, how some conferences want it to change with the automatic bids. Now Oregon coach Dan Lanning has this bone to pick with the college football playoff. He says he wants a shorter layoff. He says he wants the college football playoff to mirror other sports formats, reduce the layoff time between games, and wrap the season by January 1st. So at first I thought to myself, why would he want a shorter layoff? Like, I understand sometimes you get out of a rhythm of things, but I always thought that coaches wanted more time to prepare. And I feel like when we handicap games, this goes into it. We say, hey, Nick Saban with a ton of time to prepare, this feels like a game that he should win. So I don't know if it's like the lack of confidence in his coaching or if it is what he says on the surface, which is he wants more time to recruit, which also feels like a very college football coach answer because we've heard this from Nick Saban as well. After celebrating a national championship for like 5 minutes, he was like, yeah, it's time to start recruiting. So what do you make of this when Dan Lanning says this? Do you think he's on to something? Do you think other coaches would agree?
Honestly, my head is spinning from all of this. Like, everyone and their dog has like a different opinion on what this should be. I will say this. He's not necessarily wrong about the break, right? So there's a difference between having time to prepare and then waiting a month. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, waiting a month or 25 days to play a football game when you've had a great regular season is pretty stupid. I mean, I know it's been like that for a long time in college football, but it's absolutely a factor. And yes, it affects both teams, but there is such a thing as momentum, like when you're playing great football. And if you get an extra week, what would essentially be a bye week to kind of get healthy and get ready to play, great. But when you have a full month, I mean, so many things can change during that time, and sometimes it gives one team the advantage, sometimes it's the other. It's depending on a lot of different factors, but I agree with him that the wait can be punitive for particular teams, and in this case, I'm glad that he didn't make any excuses, but I agree with the idea that it can hurt your team.
Yeah, because we see this in other sports. Sometimes it takes the momentum away. Like if you're having a great season, you're on a roll and everybody is kind of in a rhythm, then you wait a month, it feels like a whole new season starting. But if everybody across the board has the same deal, and here's my other question. In theory, I kind of agree with him, but in practice, like, what do we do? Because isn't this so we can get in all of the other bowl games?
Oh, yeah.
So, like, if money's
on
the line,
Bowl.
I'm sorry. Yeah, right? I'm sorry, Dan Lanning. Like, money always overtakes everything. So I feel like this is not something that will get done.
No, it won't. It won't get... Dan, what I need you to do is focus on never jumping into a swimming pool again after taking your shirt off because you got a recruit to commit to you after that recruit. Then later, bounce and went elsewhere. Don't ever do. That's what I would focus my energy on. Like, don't ever do that again. But you're right. I mean, Chelsea, we've got to have the Pop-Tarts Bowl. We just have to have it.
I
mean, the Pop-Tarts Bowl is actually kind of awesome, I have to say.
Yeah, I'm not even being sarcastic.
I mean, at first I was like, don't knock that, Michael. That's wrong. Don't do that. I mean, we love the Pop-Tarts Bowl. But some of these bowls, I mean, and then they get new sponsors every year, right? So you'd even know, like, half these bowls, like, who's going to sponsor them. The Bahamas Bowl, the Pop-Tarts Bowl. I miss the Poulon Weed Eater Bowl, personally. That was always a favorite of mine, Didn't Tony the Tiger sponsor a bowl game last year? Like the Sun Bowl?
I have no idea.
Wasn't like the Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl?
Yeah, there was. I don't know if it was last year or the year before, but there was a Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl.
Phenomenal. They're great. Ridiculous. That's actually a bowl. But it was.
They're not going to make fewer bowl games, though. And
No.
they're not going to schedule the national championship on the same day as other ones. Like, would you have some of these other bowl games go past January 1st? Like, would you ever have bowl games after the national championship? Like, it feels weird to me and out of order, but would you ever do that?
What do you think, Dan?
What he's saying without saying is that you have to start playing bowl games or move the week of Army-Navy. Because the Army-Navy is what causes this whole thing. You get the conference championship game, and then you get this week that is solely reserved for Army-Navy.
Yeah.
And then the playoffs start like a week after that. So if you take that out of there, you can push everything back up. Now, he said be done by January 1st, but I don't know if he knows how to schedule.
Yeah, I don't know if that would happen.
Unless you start an entire week earlier, but then you have to take into consideration there are places in the country where in the mid to late August, it is 1,000 degrees.
Right.
And you cannot fathomably put guys out there in pads.
Well, isn't it awesome, too, that to have just those, those handful of bowl games that week? The first week of January, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, that first week. Like, I kind of do love that.
Well, and also, like, I'm not going to be picking a fight with Army-Navy. Like, I feel like they deserve their week.
I agree.
Do they not?
Yeah.
They fight for our country. They do something way more noble than any of these other teams. So I kind of like their tradition, and that's a long-standing tradition. Like, that's not something that I think college football is like, well, Dan Lanning doesn't want the extra week off.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Dan Lanning.
at some point, here's the thing is that you've watered down the bowl system, right? I mean, that's been watered down for a long time, where it used to be, you got to win at least 6 games to get in a bowl. And now there's so many bowl games, they're like, we'll send this team to the Bahamas. Why not? They won 4 games or 5 games, whatever. They have a losing record. They'll play in a bowl. And then you have a college football playoff system that is going to get watered down because they'll go to 12, they'll go to 16, But the one thing that we can't do when you're watering down everything else is water down one of the greatest traditions in college football, which is Army-Navy. I mean, I don't care whether you're talking about 2 winless teams or whether, the midshipmen are having a great year or maybe it's the Black Knights. But, man, some people would argue, and you can make a strong argument for this, that this is the greatest rivalry in college football. I know some people would say it's the Iron Bowl. A lot of people would say Ohio State, Michigan, Texas, Oklahoma. Army-Navy is right up there because they're service academies, because of what they stand for, because they don't get the high-end recruits and they play for the love of the game. And by the way, they absolutely have a workload academically that you can't even fathom. So that's something I want to see preserved because that's something that has a lot of sanctity to it that should not be touched. So I don't want to see that go anywhere or have that shortened or take away from that at all.
Yeah, especially with all the chaos going on in college football. Like, at least let us have that anchor. You know, something that's been in college football for a long time that kind of brings everything together on that 1 week of football. But do you think his main reasoning here of saying, okay, I need more time to recruit? Dan, let me introduce you to the internet. It feels like you can do things without being somewhere in person. Like, you get 2 weeks difference of recruiting. Like, come on, man. I think you can survive. Every other head coach is doing it, so I don't know. Feels like an idea you should have thought a little bit more through. All right, coming up next, it's a small slate in baseball today, but hopefully we can pick some winners. Daily baseball bets come your way after the break here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
All right, we're back on a Thursday. It is July 24th here on the show. Jenks, I was just doing some researching, and I feel like I've stumbled across something. So I didn't realize this, but last night, the Astros now have tied for the best record in the American League. I knew they were hot, but I didn't know they were that hot. So right now we have the two best teams in the American League, and stop me if you would have guessed this. So it's the Blue Jays and the Astros that are tied for the best record in all of baseball. It's 60-42. So the Blue Jays leading the American League East, 4-game lead over the Yankees. Astros have a 6-game lead over the Mariners in the AL West. And it feels like an Astros team that's not even at their peak level. Like, they had a bunch of guys sitting last night. Jose Altuve didn't play. Cam Smith didn't play. They have a bunch of guys who are hurt right now, but they continue to churn out wins. And I'm starting to feel like it's one of those teams that no matter who is in the rotation or who is playing, just feels like they have like a guaranteed spot as one of the top teams in the American League. To me, it feels like the Astros are the Kansas City Chiefs of Major League Baseball. Like, even if you look at like the championship game for the leagues, because the Astros have been to the ALCS 6 of the last 7 seasons. During that stretch, they have won 4 ALCS titles, and they have 2 World Series championships during that stretch. So I was trying to make this hypothesis because I feel like it's the same thing with the Kansas City Chiefs. Like, how many times have they been to the AFC championship game in the last 10 years? I feel like it's very similar. Like, I need to do some research, but it feels like they're very parallel.
Yeah, I think that's actually a great comparison because certainly some of the parts are the same, but a lot of them have changed. And I think this just goes to show that once you have that championship experience, and just sometimes it only takes a handful of guys who have been there, like, you know what it takes, you know how to carry yourself, you know how when the spotlight is the brightest. And I know, of course, there's a whole Astros cheating thing that is back there, so I understand that's a caveat as well. But then they went on to win without that. But the bottom line is they have had a sustained period of success that is hard to do in any sport, especially baseball. And so I think if you asked a lot of people right now who has the best record, I would not have said the Astros. They kind of snuck up on everybody.
Well, I should specify that it's the American League.
American League.
But still, I didn't expect them to be here. Because I think it's almost more impressive than the Chiefs, because the Chiefs also have the best quarterback in football. And they have one of the best head coaches in the NFL. So, like, that is a great jumping off point. Like, when you have a great quarterback, a lot of things kind of fall into place. But the Astros have had way more turnover, you know, when it comes to their roster. They've had a few, like, stalwarts, like Jose Altuve's been there forever. But they trade away Bregman. George Springer's no longer there. Carlos Correa's no longer there. They did have like Justin Verlander and Garrett Cole when they were winning those World Series. So it just feels like a team that no matter what pieces are taken away, their ownership has been so good at making moves and so good at drafting guys. Even last night, the guy that started, I think his name was Brandon Walter, had a great game. And he was not supposed to make the rotation coming out of spring training. So it just feels like a team that's deep in the farm system, and they're great at drafting guys. So I'm not a huge fan of the Astros, and I feel like a lot of people kind of see them as the villain of baseball, even though most of those guys are no longer on the team. But, man, do they always come alive at the right moment. But I don't know if it continues, because I feel like, similar with the Blue Jays, I'm not sure how long it keeps this up. But we still have a big chunk of the season left. But keep that in mind when you're betting on some of these teams, that maybe you get some value on teams like the Blue Jays and the Astros, because people just didn't really see it coming because they don't have like the showstopper names on their rosters. All right, so let's get into our favorite plays in Major League Baseball. Should note, it's a small slate today. So, Jenks, let's start with the Blue Jays. Blue Jays and Tigers squaring off, 2 of the best teams in the American League. Blue Jays' best record in the American League. Tigers not far behind. Detroit favorites at home, though. -135 on the money line. Toronto +115. Reese Olson goes for the Tigers. He's 4-3 with a 2.71 ERA. Eric Lauer is having a nice little season, 5-2 with a 2.80 ERA. Total of 8.5 here. When you saw this game, what stood out to you?
Well, initially I wanted to play the Tigers here, but the Tigers are really struggling right now. And I kind of think with the way that the Blue Jays have been playing, that maybe you put a sprinkle. I know it's not a ton of plus money, but it's still now plus 105. It was plus 115 earlier this morning, so we're seeing some money coming on the Blue Jays. I mean, this pitching matchup is pretty tight. Reese Olson has been very good, but also he struggled in his last few outings. Now, the Blue Jays are an under 500 team when playing on the road this year, but also they've been a completely different team as we've seen leading the AL East. I think I would kind of take a shot on Toronto here.
I think you can make a really good case for Toronto, especially with what Eric Lauer's been doing. And like you said, the Tigers just lost to the Pirates. Woof. They only scored 1 run last night. So I think if you look at the total here as well, did you consider an under? Because obviously when you see 2 starters who have good numbers, the Tigers offense has not been stepping up to the plate lately. What about an under here? 8.5? Did it cross your mind? What about a first 5 under? I feel like it makes me nervous when you see like one side of the coin. Like, I know the Tigers have not been great lately, but they're still one of the best offenses in all of baseball.
Yeah.
Would you consider an under here?
I would. I mean, we always talk about sabotage factors on this show, and the sabotage factor is the Tigers have that talent where at some point they're going to break out of this, right? They're too good not to. But until then, I'm not a big fan of, okay, at some point they're going to break out of this. At some point they're going to break out of this. Okay, but until they do, then follow the trend because they're just not hitting the ball right now. And if they're not hitting the ball and they're facing a good pitcher, maybe this isn't the day to break out of that slump. I mean, they've been struggling against the Pirates, for God's sake, like you were talking about. So I think here, until that happens, then you can't necessarily bank on something that we haven't seen recently. So I think if you're going to bet a total here, especially at 8 and a hook, like that's pretty, maybe you play it up to 9. I'm surprised it's not sitting at 8, but I just play the under here.
Yeah, they've scored 4 runs or fewer in 6 of their last 7 games. Like some of those games, like against the Pirates, they lost 3-0. They lost 8-5. They lost 6-1. How do you get swept by the Pirates? Like, that's embarrassing. The Tigers have lost 9 of their last 10 games. So like you said, the Tigers have been on the struggle bus. As of late, eventually they'll probably get off it, but still, it's not a team that I really want to trust with my hard-earned money. All right, how about this one? I think you were on the Orioles and Guardians game last night, if I'm not mistaken. So they're playing again today. Charlie Morton is the starter, 5-8, 5.58 ERA. Logan Allen goes for the Guardians. And the Guardians are home favorites here. Minus 120 on the money line. Baltimore even money. Total of 9 runs. So did anything stand out to you in this game? Are you going to go with the Guardians here? Are you going to go with the total? What do you make of this game?
Well, first of all, let me say that I don't like the slate at all today.
Yeah.
Which maybe it's not great. It's not great. And also I'm 4-4 this week, so maybe that's a good thing because I've been betting a lot of baseball and I've just been kind of hovering around, waiting to break through. But I am going to bet the Guardians today. This is going to be my one bet, and I'm going to fade Charlie Morton. So you're talking about a guy who, you know, at times he looks like maybe he's going to return to form, but ultimately, if you look at what he's done on the road this season, 2-5, an ERA of, around 6. The last time we saw him, he gave up 7 earned to the Rays in 5 1/3, and we've talked about all season long, the Orioles struggle to hit lefties. Logan Allen is a lefty, and when on the road, the Orioles rank in the bottom 5 of baseball in runs scored. So I'm going to take this price on the Guardians. It was close last night, could be close again. The price tells you that, but I'm going to be on Cleveland.
Yeah, it's wild to me that people are talking about Cleveland as sellers, but it's when you talk about a team as sellers, that's when they like start to heat up because Cleveland has won 8 of their last 10 games, including 4 straight. So I don't know if that changes anything in the calculus of the trade deadline. But still, it's a team that's been pretty playing really good baseball as of late. Then you look at Baltimore, and of course, it's not been a great season. And if you look at their last 8 games, they've lost 7 of their last 8. So it's just not a team that's putting things together, especially when it comes to their offense. So even if Charlie Morton has a decent game, it's not a team overall that I am willing to trust. And they haven't been good on the road. They haven't been good in any way you slice it. But 22-32 on the road away from Baltimore. Meanwhile, at home, Cleveland winning record 25-24. Nothing to write home about, but it's more about the distrust I have in the Orioles as opposed to my full faith in the Guardians. And I will say the Guardians do have a lot of momentum as of now. So there's not many games to choose from. It is a very small slate today.
Yeah.
Were there any of these other games that you considered betting on? Because I'm looking at them, I'm like, I just don't love it. There's only 3 other games that we haven't talked about. Is there one that you like the most out of this 3?
I'm going with the Guardians. That's my favorite bet. So that's going to be my play of the day, and that's the only thing I'm going to bet. I looked elsewhere. Maybe, I don't know how I feel about this. So I was looking at Mariners Rangers or Mariners Angels, I should say. And I wanted to back Yusei Kikuchi because I will say he's been awesome at home this season. 4-1, 1.98 ERA. So he has just been rock solid. But I don't know if I trust him against this Mariners offense. Also, he's sort of struggled a little bit recently compared to what we saw early in the season when he was just almost untouchable. And those Mariners bats can really get going. And then will he get the run support from the Angels offense? Also, when you can get the Mariners at even money, I feel like that maybe just out of principle you take that. I'm talking myself. I was going to go Angels first 5 money line and go with Kikuchi at minus 125, but ultimately I don't think I can pull the trigger.
I think the Angels are a team that's interesting as underdogs, but I'm not so sure if I like them as favorites.
Right.
Because I will say this about the Angels. They've been pretty scrappy this year. I know they won a series against the Yankees. They're a few games under 500. So they're just one of those teams that I'm not sure what to do with them because I don't really want to fade them because they're scrappy. But I don't want to play them as favorites because, they're not overwhelming as favorites. 12-11 as favorites this year. And the Mariners are a team that I generally don't trust either. I feel like every time I bet on them, they turn to mush. So it's not a game that I really want to bet on. Let me ask you this. I know this isn't on our card because they didn't announce a starter until I think this morning. But we've been talking a lot about the Astros. The Astros are a mere minus 130 favorite today against the A's. And you faded Luis Severino before. He's on the hill for the Athletics. Would you play the Astros at minus 130 just based on the team overall?
I think I probably would. I think it's a good price on a team that, as you mentioned, best record in the American League. Although Severino is crazy to me, and it doesn't help that his home park is Sacramento. Like his home road splits are stupid. If you look at him, he gets absolutely just destroyed in Sacktown. But then when he goes on the road, he's a pretty good pitcher, a pretty solid pitcher actually. Yeah. But ultimately, all things being equal here, the A's bats, they miss a lot of pitches. The Astros are playing so well. There's a massive bullpen advantage for the Astros. So if you can fade a team like the A's at this price, I think you got to do it.
I think so as well, especially what we saw last night where the Astros didn't even play, some of their starters. So one would think that Jose Altuve is probably going to be back. I think I need to double check that. But just based on the price, like you're getting one of the teams that has one of the best records in the American League, tied for the best record in the American League at minus 130 against the A's. Like I think you do it. I think that's going into the price is the fact that Luis Severino has been good on the road. But still, I will take the Astros here as the better overall club. All right, process of elimination, Jenks. We got one game left on the slate. It's the Padres and the Cardinals. I don't think, when I bet on the Padres, they've let me down. I don't think I've bet on a single Cardinals game this year. I feel like they're one of those teams that in general I don't like fading. Like I feel like they're usually pretty scrappy in the division. They're minus 135 at home. Sonny Gray's been all right. Like he has had really good numbers in past years. He's 9-4 with a 4.04 ERA today. Yu Darvish, same goes. 0-2 this year with a 6.08 ERA, total of 8 runs. I think the trouble with these type of pitchers that are veterans that they have good stuff in them is that you don't know what to expect because like obviously their numbers this year have not been great, but they have good pitches. They have good swing and miss stuff. So there's always that sabotage factor there. So that kind of goes into a total. Don't really love that. Is there anything in this game worth even talking about?
Chelsea, there is not.
And the answer is no.
And the answer is no. A resounding no. I would play the Cardinals here. just because Sonny Gray is a guy. You know how there's just some pitchers who have just done you right over the years. Like whenever you bet on them, they do well. And his ERA is a little inflated because he got just absolutely destroyed against the Diamondbacks last time out. He was on the road, give up 8 earned in 3 1/3 innings, so that was not great. But overall, if you look at how he's pitched this season, he's been very solid for St. Louis, and I'm trying to look at his splits right now because I believe his splits in St. Louis are pretty good. Yeah, they are. 6-1, a 2.84 ERA when pitching at home. So I think I would lay it with St. Louis just because Sonny Gray has been very, very good to me. But again, small card today, not a huge fan of it, so the Guardians are my only real play.
See, there was something to talk about at least, though. You did
that's
it.
True.
You did it, Jenks.
I did it.
We made it through today's baseball slates, all 5 games. All right, coming up next, our summer draft series continues this week when we draft our favorite sports movies of all time. That's next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right. Let's roll. It's time for more of the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network. And as we always do on Thursdays in the summer, we have another installment of our summer draft series where we draft rounds of things. And this week's topic is sports movies, our favorite sports movies of all time. So each member of our crew is going to pick a sports movie. We're going to go a few rounds. It's going to be a great time. So the reason we did this is because Happy Gilmore 2 premieres on Friday. Jenks, we have already seen the red carpet event where I guess it's the premiere of the movie.
Yeah.
And this outfit that Adam Sandler wore, like Adam Sandler is known for some pretty bad outfits. And most of the time I think it's just a lack of effort that he just doesn't want to try. But this one is like comically bad. Like I feel like he had to put some effort into making this really bad. So what he had on at the premiere was this Hawaiian shirt that's neon green, pink, navy, and then he has on these like peach colored shorts. He has on tube socks. He has on tennis shoes. Meanwhile, his wife is in this like nice evening gown. Bless her heart. Do you think this was intentional? You saw this outfit, didn't you?
Oh, I did.
Oh my gosh.
Look at that.
There it is.
The Sandman. God bless his wife. She's the real hero here. I can't imagine the lovely Catherine or anyone I would ever be with saying, you know what, honey? It looks great. You do you. At a premiere, and you dress like this, and he doesn't get any guff for it? I mean, good for him. Good for him. But also, that's his vibe. That's what he does. He's always done this, right?
Yeah. I think this is a sign that you're really rich and really successful, is that you don't have to care about the way you look.
Right.
You don't have to like make people, swoon over your looks because you're funny, because you're successful, because you're rich. And Adam Sandler is all of those things. So while I don't get it, I respect that he gets to be comfortable. But like, is it too much to ask that he matches? Like, just make the shorts match. It's not that difficult.
I mean, I keep staring at this picture. It is remarkable. Yeah. I mean, they don't. I was trying to say,
not
it's
even
pulling.
close.
I was going to say, okay, maybe it's pulling the violet or the lavender from his palm tree shirt, but even that doesn't really happen. It's kind of complimentary, but not really. And also the edge of the shorts, like at the very bottom.
What's going on there?
Whatever that tapering is, whatever that is, even that doesn't really work. And then the socks are pulled up. I mean, that's a look.
I guess he's trying to be funny. Like, I guess he's really leaning into, the narrative that he has. Are we getting a zoom in? Yes, we're getting a zoom in. What are these shoes? I also don't understand what we're doing with shoes these days. Jenks, have you noticed that old man shoes are back in style? I see like 22-year-old girls wearing like the New Balances that like grandpas used to wear. Does Catherine do this?
No, man. I have not seen. I don't know why I said man. Nah, man. I haven't seen her do it.
Oh, man.
Nah, man. She loves chonky, as she says. She has all sorts of boots that are chonky, like the chonky boots, with the thick soles. She has a ton of those. So I think she did get a new pair of shoes the other day, but I haven't seen I know exactly the ones you're talking about. I haven't seen those yet, but that's a big yet because there's always something coming in from TikTok every few days. Yesterday it was a new curling iron.
Wow. I can't wait to see her use it.
Solid.
But most of the time, like, people do this to be like, quote unquote, fashionable. Because sometimes we see this, like, super ugly things that they're like, well, it's fashion. I don't think Adam Sandler's trying to do that with this look. I think he just simply doesn't care. And now he's made a joke of it to where he tries to look as bad as humanly possible. And listen, brother, mission accomplished. All right, so Happy Gilmore 2 is premiering over the weekend, but we should mention that Happy Gilmore 1 might make my list of my favorite sports movies. So let's get to it. It is our summer draft series, and this week's topic is favorite sports movies.
Welcome to the 2025 Daily Tip Draft.
All right, so I am the commissioner, and I also get the first overall pick in this draft. So I'm going to go with a movie that I feel like is a great movie even if you take out the sports aspect, this is one of my favorites. It is sentimental. It has funny bits. It has a great soundtrack, and it has a true story behind it. So with the first overall pick, the pick is in. With the first overall pick, I am selecting Remember the Titans. Great movie, great concept, great soundtrack. It's the number 1 overall pick. All right, Jenks, you are next, and you are on the clock.
Okay. Man, I thought this was a blind draft, so I'm going to have to rack my brain real quick. With the first overall pick, let's make the pick is in. All right, second overall first for me, I am going with a classic, Caddyshack. Can't lose, comedy, great golf movie, not a real story, but a great story. I mean, it's legendary. Caddyshack is my number 1.
That's a good one, especially top of mind. That was a good pull, Jenks.
Thank
All
you.
right, Denton and Double D, who are you guys taking?
All right, I am going first here. So with our first pick of this draft, the pick is in. I am going with what I consider the greatest college football movie of all time. I'm going with the 1993 classic, The Program. It is full of, I love the look, Chelsea. I don't know of a lot of people that have seen it. Unbelievably underrated. It is a great movie. James Caan is the head coach. You have a young Omar Epps, a young Halle Berry. It goes into, let's say, the background or the behind the scenes of what it takes to create a national title team in that era. There's drug abuse, there's injuries, there's
There's drug abuse.
Drug abuse as in steroid use.
Oh, okay.
And there's also, what those athletes that may not be of academic levels go through as well to be able to play football. It's a very, very well done movie.
Well, the cast sounds great. I don't know if I would have gone number 1 overall because I think it would have been left on the board, but we respect it because this is a personal opinion draft. All right, Denton, where are you going here?
Double D got the second pick, too. We're getting them back-to-back.
Oh, yeah. Denton's letting me go twice in a row. I love it.
Good.
So the pick is in. And with the first pick of the second round, I'm going with what I consider the best baseball movie of all time, Major Leagues.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's a good one. Okay.
That is a good one. All right, so who's next? Is it Jenks or
Jenks,
me?
you are
Denton.
next.
All right.
Okay.
Pick is in, baby. Let's go. Second pick for this guy, Hoosiers. Awesome movie. Gene Hackman, based on a true story. Got a little golf, got a little basketball, and now can't beat it. Always a good watch. Jimmy Chitwood, Hoosiers it is.
Ooh, that's a good one and an absolute classic. All right, next up for me, the pick is in. This might be one of the most quotable movies of all time, and the fact that Jenks hasn't seen it is an absolute travesty. He needs to watch it this weekend. The Sandlot. You're killing me, Smalls. Hey, is that your sister in left field? She naked? Think she'd go out with me? There's so many good quotes in this movie, and of course, I love baseball. I love Benny the Jet Rodriguez. That was the childhood crush growing up. So for me, it is The Sandlot. So I think I get to go back to back here, do I not?
Correct.
You do.
If I am not mistaken, as the commish. All right, so we were just talking about Happy Gilmore 2. We're going Happy Gilmore. I have not seen the second one just yet. It is not premiered, but Happy Gilmore, I love Adam Sandler. We watch a lot of golf in this house. Like, it's just so many quotable moments in this movie. So Happy Gilmore next for me. All right, Jenks, you're on the clock.
Nice and easy. Things are working out well. The pick is in. I'm an old guy. I'm going older movies. I'm going Rocky. Come on. Got the whole franchise started.
Fight movies.
Come on, man. One of the greatest boxing movies of all time. Kickstarted the career of Sylvester Stallone. Everyone knows Rocky. Everyone knows Rambo, all that. But I'm going with Rocky.
Ooh. All right. Team Quad D's. What you got?
All right, so I get back-to-backers here. I am a child of the 90s and early 2000s. So with that said, the pick is in. I am taking Space Jam with our third pick. It is the greatest basketball movie that has ever been made in the history of life, not the one with LeBron. The original Space Jam. I love Bugs Bunny. I love Michael Jordan, and it came up with really nice shoes. So I'm going Space Jam. And then with number 4 for the production crew, and our final pick for the production crew, the pick is in. We're going Moneyball. It's my favorite baseball movie.
Oh, nice.
I think Jonah Hill and Brad Pitt are excellent in that movie. Get Chris Pratt in there as well. Before he was like an international superstar, I think Moneyball is fantastic, so we are taking Moneyball.
Ooh, that's a good one. Very good one.
All right, Jenks. I think you're next.
Yeah, let's do it. Pick is in. I'm a child of the 80s, not the 90s. So let's mix up, get in a little bit of every sport possible. Karate Kid, number 4.
Ooh, Karate Kid.
Yeah, man.
All right, so to wrap things up for me, maybe this won't make the top of the list for other people, but I feel like this one's personal, and the pick is in. All right, Swerve, remix. All right, Little Giants is going to be the final pick for me. And I understand, Jenks, you probably haven't seen this one either, but it's about a ragtag bunch of kids who play football, and their star running back is a girl. So I feel like this is one that I really liked because I was a tomboy growing up, and I played a lot of sports with the boys. So obviously it felt very personal for me and also very funny, Little Giants. All right, so that's going to do it for our Daily Tip Draft Series. Coming up next, it's Hour 3 of the show. We'll start off with JP Finlay talking all things Commanders next on the show.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
The Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Let's get it going. It is hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network on a Thursday. Great to have you with us live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up in our final hour, we get the very latest on Terry McLaurin and the Commanders as we bring in my guy, JP Finley, who covers the team for NBC4 right here in Washington, also on 106.7 The Fan, right here in our Odyssey studios as well. In 20 minutes, we'll stay with the NFL and how you should bet on Travis Hunter when he suits up for the Jags this season. Then at 8:40, we'll bring in the Dongster along with our favorite bets this evening on the Diamond. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium as we stream during our final hour. You can find us on BallySportsLive.com, the Bally Sports Live app, along with YouTube TV, DirecTV, and Amazon Prime. So let's jump right into this because we've been talking about it all week on this show and bring in JP Finley. Known JP for a long time, knows the Commanders as well as anyone in this area. JP, good morning to you. Great to have you on the show. So thanks for waking up with us, and I'm sure you're going to be at it all day. But what is going on with Terry McLaurin? We know he's in town, which is a good sign. It's great to have the Commanders back, but do you think a deal eventually gets done, and how worried should we be?
Good morning, Jenks. Thanks for having me, man. Do I think a deal eventually gets done? Yes. I think both sides recognize they need one another. I think there's no other spot at this point in the season where Terry's going to step in, be the number one receiver on a team that has legitimate, playoff aspiration. The Super Bowl's not crazy to talk about for Washington. And, I watched the first day of training camp yesterday. Without Terry McLaurin in that lineup, the receiving core for Washington has serious questions. And I think it's imperative that both sides get this done. Now, how worried should you be about it getting done? I think that's also a legitimate question. It's pretty obvious that both sides are kind of far apart on this thing. Do they have time? They have runway. Dan Quinn spoke yesterday and said, I'd love to have Terry here, but I'm not judging this thing. He's got to do what he has to do. This is normal football business. And unfortunately, I think that's really accurate. Jaden Daniels, every player we talked to yesterday said they're not worried about it. Terry's got to do his thing. And when he's here, Jaden Daniels specifically said we won't miss a beat. So the players on the field, the coaching staff, they're not worried about it. It's a front office issue. It's a Terry McLaurin's representatives issue. And, hope it's able to get done, certainly by the first week of August or something.
Right. I was going to ask about the timing. At what point does this start to hurt the team a little bit? And I don't think that, it's a massive deal because obviously it is not his first year with the team. He's been here for a long time, or been there for a long time, I should say. He's already played a season with Jaden Daniels, but still, Jaden Daniels is still a young quarterback, and there's still things that I'm sure they would like to work on in the preseason. When do you start to worry on that regard?
It's such a good question, and I think the answer's kind of nebulous, right? I think as of now, it's in kind of not great, not good category. But eventually not good becomes bad, And I don't know when you cross that threshold. A lot of people will point to Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow said their timing was off early last year after Chase had the training camp holdout. But it's probably worth pointing out that Chase ended up being the best receiver in football by the end of the year. So maybe it's sloppy the first week. In general, NFL football is sloppy the first couple weeks anyway because nobody actually hits or plays in the preseason anymore. So it's one of those things where if Terry does hold out for a while, unless he has 200 yards and 2 touchdowns his first game back, people are going to point to the camp holdout as a cause, even if that isn't the case. I mean, they started slow last year, and Terry was in camp the whole year. So I don't know. Obviously, if it gets to a point where he starts missing actual games or something, then clearly you've got major, major trouble. And I think the better question is how long does this go until you start hearing about a trade request or something? Like, if you get to the middle of August, fast forward a month, and it's still just sitting there unresolved, does that kind of conversation start to creep in? I can't imagine Washington would really entertain it because, I mean, Terry's under contract this year. If they had to, they could tag him next year. And I really think if you look at how San Francisco ran a lot of these big-time contract extensions, they took it to the wire. I mean, Trent Williams 2 years ago signed his contract extension on September 3rd. That's when Adam Peters was, the number 2 guy in that Niners front office. There's plenty of examples. Now, last year, Peters had left San Fran, but Bosa didn't get his deal done, I think, until September 8th. So it's possible this thing could go a while and still get done.
We're talking with JP Finley, Commanders reporter for NBC4, also co-host of Mitch and Finley on 106.7 The Fan here in the district. So I'm curious about your opinion on this, JP, because it's kind of a gray area, which is, look, Terry turns 30 in the fall, and that's considered a little bit old to give an NFL receiver a massive extension. At the same time, Terry has been as good a soldier as you can be, keeping his head down, being a pro, before Jaden Daniels got here. How much credit does he deserve for that if you're looking at this contract?
If you're Adam Peters, it's great that Terry has been such a consummate pro. And, things in Washington were really, really bad for most of Terry's career. And he did it all the right way and never really dunked on the organization or anything. But Adam Peters and Dan Quinn just got here last year. All they can operate on is what they know and have experience. So I think one thing that makes this really tricky is I think fans of the Burgundy and Gold are having this really emotional response because Terry McLaurin's like the only thing that got them through the end of the Snyder era. I mean, it was dark days for Washington fans. And fans are like, oh, my gosh, this guy has done it all for us. You've got to pay him. And I wonder if Terry almost feels that way to a degree. But if you're Adam Peters, the GM, Dan Quinn, the head coach, and even Josh Harris, the team's managing partner, the team's owner, like ever since those guys got here, things have been on the upswing. So do they have to pay for all the terrible times? I don't know the answer to that. But there is a weird emotional component. And then, Jenks, to your point about the age, Terry turns 30. He would turn 30 basically week 3 of the season. And that's one thing. He's under contract for this year. But you're talking about getting an extension done, and everybody floats around kind of the magic number's 30 mil. So 2 years into this extension, which would likely be – you'd probably have to guarantee 2 years of an extension. You're talking about a dude that is going to turn 32, making $30 million, and I think I think the straight line analytics folks would say, no way, dude, what are you doing? But I do think you have to allow for kind of McLaurin being an outlier. He hasn't suffered injury. He hasn't missed a game in 5 years. If you watched the playoff run last year, you saw him take that 60-yard screen to the house in Detroit. Clearly the speed is still there. I think it's a difficult calculus. I think there's a lot of complex layers to this thing.
Yeah, and speaking of layers, there's another story that I'm not in D.C., so I didn't think this was a real thing, but I had heard the headlines of the Commanders possibly going back to being named the Redskins, and I was like, there's no way, right? But then we heard the president talking about it. What's going on?
Listen, if you want somebody that can explain the president, you got the wrong guy. But I think The name issue for Washington has, I remember back during the 91 season when they were going to the Super Bowl, Tony Kornheiser writing a column about how eventually they'll have to change the name. Like, this thing has existed here for my entire life, frankly. And at various times it's been, like, whispered about, and at various times it's been very loud. They finally changed the name 5 years ago, really under just – the only reason they changed it was because Snyder was trying to outrun the storm and keep his team. Clearly that didn't work. It was just financial pressure. The name is still beloved by most fans, I would say. I do think most fans, though, also understand that to a segment of the population, it's incredibly offensive. I think it's now just become this, like, kind of political football that gets bandied about by folks that really aren't invested in the team. You know what I mean? And that's not to say fans here don't want it to go back. I don't know where that came from President Trump. I know that, like, in D.C., the focus is on getting this new stadium built back in the city. And I think because of the understanding of the kind of the weight and the gravity of what federal government actions could do to trying to get the stadium built, everybody's kind of just trying to stay under the radar with the name stuff. The owner of the team, Josh Harris, has repeatedly said when this has come up, we're not changing it back. We are building an identity of what the Washington Commanders means. Is that just lip service? I don't know. I mean, the name Washington Commanders is terrible. The old name had this, you know, it meant something to a lot of people. In my travels just with the organization, I've had conversations. I've seen Native American protests. I've also seen Native American groups wearing the old logo with a tremendous amount of pride, like handmade, like wooden carved versions of the old logo. So I don't know where that thing's going. My guess is this is more just kind of political theater than actual movement on changing the name, but I couldn't tell you for sure.
JP, we got a couple minutes here, so maybe this isn't long enough, but as someone who doesn't just follow the Commanders but also the NFL, what the hell do you think Jerry Jones is doing?
With Micah?
Yeah, just in general, just,
with everything?
Just with Dak, with Micah, Trayvon Diggs, it seems like before the season has even started, like he's already generating, this bad faith between he and his best players.
I don't know, man, but you're right. I think I don't want to say something that is ageist or anything.
Yeah.
But I think Jerry has always been such a dynamic, charismatic personality that he could get away with his little jabs towards people and then be like, "Oh, shucks, man, I'm just messing with you," and it would all kind of just seem like water under the bridge, and he'd buy everybody a 10-pound lobster or however he operated. Fastball, man, and what was once endearing is now just turning off as kind of cranky. I don't know, but it's bizarre, especially the Micah stuff. Dallas, takes everything to the limit and then usually pays their guys, but it's turning into such a combative tone. Even not that. I mean, the owner's not speaking like Jerry does constantly, but in Washington, at least publicly, all the comments about McLaurin have been glowing, right? Oh, we love Terry, we really want to get it done. Maybe they're lowballing him like crazy in private negotiations, but at least publicly they're saying everything right. The Dallas stuff, I just can't say I understand very well.
Yeah. But I think you're right about Jerry. At some point, maybe he just seems like a guy that doesn't quite have a handle on things like he used to. He is a Commanders reporter for NBC4. Also check him out as co-host of Mitch and Finley on 106.7 The Fan here in the nation's capital. It is JP Finley. JP, great stuff as always, man. We'll see you around.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
Well, he's right about Jerry. And, he makes a good point, too, is that when it comes to the Commanders and Terry, all we hear is we love him, We want him here. We respect him. We miss him, but this is business. Those are two very different ways of handling things.
Yeah, especially publicly. Like behind scenes, who knows what they're saying? Because we know how contract negotiations are. You bring every skeleton out of the closet and try to poke holes in the person. But publicly, you don't want to stir the pot.
Yeah. I was going to make a Dateline reference. I'm just going to let that go. Come on here on this show. We will hunt for some value when it comes to betting one NFL rookie, and that will take us down to Jacksonville. It's coming up next on the Daily Tip, and it is here on the BetMGM Network. Come on back.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show. It is a Thursday. Thank God. Double D, remind me what it is again. Oh, it's a Thursday. Thank God. I thought it was Tuesday earlier. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Coming up on the show, he could be a star for the Jacksonville Jaguars. We'll talk about how to bat rookie Travis Hunter now that he is officially a pro. Chelsea, we made it official yesterday. We chose a DJ for our wedding. Oh, yeah. We're excited. Oh, yeah. Got a pretty good deal, I think. I think we did. I'll let Catherine run point on all that. I just nod and say, sounds good to me. Sounds good to me. But it's interesting, too, because we interviewed different DJs, and they always say, well, what do you not want to hear? Like, what are songs that you do not want played? And we already were like, we don't want to hear, like, the Macarena. We don't want to hear YMCA. We don't want to hear Cotton Eye Joe, you know? Where do you come from? Where do you go? Where do you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? Like, we don't want to hear anything like that kind of stuff.
I understood the reference, James.
Okay. Well, I just thought I'd throw it out there. Like, that's the one, please, for the love of God. We don't want to hear that. So whatever you do, it's okay. But stuff like that on the no playlist. And also, we're going to say, do not take requests. You see this at bars sometimes, too, where people will go up, they have a few drinks in, and they decide, you know what I want to hear? And I'm like, no. This is our wedding. I don't want someone having... Although I don't think anyone... I mean, I think it's going to be an older, smaller crowd. I can't imagine that happening. But you never know. There's always one. There's always one that says, it's time for me to play my jam. Let's go ahead and go up here, and I'm going to request Three Dog Night or something old or something. I'm like, you know what? No, we're not going to do that. So that's going to be a request as well. No requests, just the playlist.
All right, so here's the big question.
Okay.
How much Taylor Swift is going to be in the playlist?
That's a good question.
Because Catherine is a huge Taylor Swift fan. Are you guys just going to listen to the entire album?
Yeah, I'm just going to
put... The entire discography?
Exactly. I just said, you know what? Let's just put on 1989 and run it on a loop. Let's just do that. I can't get enough. I want to hear Lavender Haze 8 times in a row. No, we talked about it, which is not as big of a deal as, I probably make it out to be. But there's going to be some Taylor Swift in there, but it's not going to dominate the playlist. So there'll be Taylor Swift songs sprinkled in, but it won't be like the Taylor Swift hour, because then I would immediately file for an annulment right there.
So she's not walking down the aisle to Taylor Swift.
She might. I think that's a possibility. And I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding. Yeah.
All right, so I think there is a way to do that, though. I think if she did like a classical version of it, do you know what I mean? Like when people do the popular songs, and they do this on Bridgerton, which I know you don't watch Bridgerton, but they have like popular songs that they have like a string quartet that does it, so it's like instrumental, but it sounds classier because it's like instrumental and it's like these classy instruments. She could do that.
Well, that's funny you mentioned that, because we do have a quartet, I believe, a string quartet that has been hired, and they're going to play the music. So if they do play Taylor Swift, which I don't know, I think Catherine is still thinking about it, then that's how it's going to be done. So that'll be fine. I just don't want to hear like, I'm feeling 22, and I'm like, oh my God, is this really a part of our wedding? Oh my God, how am I going to do it? But yeah, I think it's going to be like a string quartet or something like that, which will be just fine. So I think that's the perfect balance.
Have you picked all the I guess the first question would be, are you doing all the traditional things where you have like the first dance? Have you picked songs for those? And you don't have to tell me, because I know sometimes you want these to be a surprise, but have you picked all of these? Are you doing this?
We haven't. I definitely think we'll have a first dance. There's no question about it. But as far as all the other stuff, it's just kind of out in the ether right now. Like, we're just kind of figuring it out, because we still have it's still next April. So we got plenty of time. So I think we're nailing down the big things. Like, we got the venue, we got the DJ, we got a wedding planner. We're close to getting the flowers and all that. And once we do that, then we'll decide, okay, how exactly do we want this to go? But we'll definitely do a first dance.
Yeah. So I'm sure you might have like a song that you think of, like, because people sometimes have like songs that they have for each other.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know if it's as much of a thing as much as it used to be, because like it's hard to like me and my husband met playing beer pong, so it's not like Etta James was like playing as we had our first moments together. So maybe people do like different songs that like maybe are not their songs, but just a meaningful song. But there's so many things for weddings. Like, I am so glad that I'm already past that. That's because people just expect a like show. People expect like this whole production. And I think that's the worst part. It's like, I'm not a professional wedding planner. So like, please lower the expectations.
Yeah, well, and also, as I've said to Catherine, anytime we come to that inflection point, like, what will people think or what will, and I'm like, who cares? Like, seriously, like, this is about us. And if people haven't, and it's not like we're doing anything crazy, but ultimately, if we're concerned about this song or this tradition, whatever it may be, it's like, if there's one day in your life where you can afford to be a little bit selfish, like, it's your wedding day, right? It's your day, and ultimately, you want it to be about you and something special that you look on. So, yeah, we'll figure it out. I don't know what our first dance song will be. It's not going to be Taylor. I'm going to cut the kibosh on that. I'll tell you that right now. But we'll figure it out. It's going to be a good time. What is going to happen in Jacksonville this year with Travis Hunter? We know he's going to play both sides of the football, Chelsea. And head coach Liam Cohen talked about this yesterday. They've mapped out everything for their stud rookie from Colorado, the Heisman Trophy winner. And this is how they're going to do it.
Yeah, he will. Probably within the first, 6 practices or so. Like, we'll probably have him, you want to give him a couple days offense, couple days defense, and then give him an opportunity to go flip-flop within the same practice. And then that will kind of become the norm, right? Like, once we do that, that'll kind of become the norm and how we operate, but it'll probably be within the first week or so.
So we know he's going to play both sides of the football. During OTAs, during minicamp, he worked mostly on offense just because the offense is more difficult to learn because of all the things that go into an offensive game plan. And he's more natural as a cornerback. Sometimes just get out there and shut down this guy. But he's going to go. And if you look at the odds right now to win Offensive Rookie of the Year, 9-1. To win Defensive Rookie of the Year, 7-1. You can't parlay those, but at BetMGM. But they do have a couple specials here, which is Travis Hunter to win Offensive Rookie of the Year or Defensive Rookie of the Year. That's plus 280. Or to win both, 80-1. I know Double D has put a sprinkle on 80-1. I might do that. Do any of the Travis Hunter markets interest you?
I feel like whenever a sportsbook offers you a quote-unquote special, I feel a little suspicious. When they're like, oh, well, it's only plus 280 for him to win Offensive Rookie of the Year and Defensive Rookie of the Year. It feels too good to be true, does it not? And I feel like this is a really short number. I think that's what I keep coming back to, is that, like, there is a chance that he could win one of these. But at plus 280, especially with the other guys, in the class, and the fact that we have some rookie quarterbacks, which makes it really hard for position players to win this award. Because, like, if Cam Ward puts up decent numbers, quarterbacks already are kind of ahead of the 8 ball because, they'll get the extra votes. But I will say this. We have seen these type of awards be very narrative based. And since these are humans voting on these awards, Travis Hunter is going to have a huge leg up on the competition. A lot of people are going to make the comparison Travis Hunter to Ohtani, but I will say this. Ohtani has also put up the numbers that warrant, these narratives being attached to him. Not only is he playing on both sides of the ball, he is putting up great numbers. Like, he's top 5 in a bunch of categories when it comes to hitting. I think he currently has a 1 ERA when he's pitching. So he has to put in the good numbers as well. And it's not easy to go from the college ranks to the NFL. There is going to be a big step up, I think. But he will get playing time. This is a bad Jacksonville team. And I will say thank you for allowing us to actually have something to watch in Jags games. Because other than that, I would not be watching the Jacksonville Jaguars. So at least, the Jags are kind of giving us what we want. We get to see them on both sides of the ball. But I think some of these bets, I'm a little suspicious.
Chelsea, I know you're maybe not a huge impressions person, but I feel like you could nail your best Liam Cohen. Can we hear it?
Duval. Duval.
It looks like somebody made Liam Cohen in this picture, and they just screwed on the head wrong. It's just like, man, we got to take it off and screw it on again. Oh, one more time.
There we go.
Duval. Oh, it's so good.
All right, Jenks, but spin zone. I feel like the bar is so low for Liam Cohen because of that incident, because everybody thinks he's an idiot and they think he looks like an idiot, that if they have a halfway decent season, they're like, oh my God, that guy's actually like not bad. I feel like it's the perfect way to enter a season, as opposed to saying like, oh, this is some wonderkin that's coming into the league and he has these really high expectations. He just has to be like a little bit above average where people are like, wow, he's not an idiot. It's actually very smart.
Yeah. I love how instead of saying, it's not his best picture, like this guy looks like an idiot. Idiot.
What do you think he looks like?
It's not great.
How would you describe it?
It's not ideal. It's not ideal. I'll say that. He's taken better pictures. Let's put it that way. That video, live in infamy. I think that this is going to be, Jacksonville's just going to be, they're going to be one of the more interesting teams to watch. Like, will Trevor Lawrence ever be that guy? Or is he just going to be a mid-quarterback? Don't we have enough of a sample size now where he's always going to show flashes but never really become the number one overall pick that they thought he was going to be? Or will he? He's also played on some garbage teams, too. Absolute garbage teams. And now he's going to have a weapon in Travis Hunter, and they will be better defensively. You just put Travis Hunter on the field, you're going to be better. But, yeah, I think that will fade into what ultimately you want if you're going to be the head coach of an NFL football team is you don't want this to be your legacy, like your introductory press conference. Like you want people to say, oh, yeah, that was funny, and also he ended up being a great hire.
Yeah, like if he wins, like nobody will care.
Yeah.
But let me float this idea. Is there a way that Travis Hunter isn't good in the NFL? Like, I feel like it's almost a guarantee from everybody. And, I understand. But for the sake of conversation, there is a big step up between the NFL and the college ranks. I feel like especially on the defensive side of things, like, I'm not sure if it'll be easy for him to pick off quarterbacks when, like, quarterbacks are much better, you know, in the NFL as opposed to playing in, was it the Big 12? What does Colorado even play in these days? Is it Big 12?
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying, is that, like, there's going to be a big jump up. Do you think there is going to be any adjustment period for Travis Hunter?
There probably will be. I mean, maybe not, because he's a unicorn. But also, certainly even the best athletes, it takes time to adjust to the speed of the game for most of these athletes. I will say, I think of everyone drafted, he's about as can't miss as it gets. Like, he's just a natural athlete. He plays in a way, has a knack for the game, an intelligence for the game that most players don't have. I think he's going to be an absolute superstar. I really do, in every sense. And I don't know how much he's going to play on either side of the ball. But what I love about him is it's like in high school recruiting, and I've always approached kind of like broadcasting this way, in that, if you want to develop your full skill set, you want to be treated kind of as a high school athlete, which is Travis Hunter. And what I mean by that is, it's like, where's he going to play? And the coaches will say, we don't know. We just know we got to get him on the field because we'll be better because of it. Like, I don't care if it's in the slot. I don't care if we split him out wide. I don't care if we use him on an end around. I don't care if we put him at corner. I don't care if we have him rush the quarterback on a corner blitz. Like, whatever it is, let's just get this guy on the field because immediately he will make us better. Like, that's Travis Hunter. And that's the thing you see in high school. It's rarely a thing that you see in the pros because he plays on both sides of the football, but just get him out there and the Jags are going to be better.
My other question is, do you have the trust in the Jacksonville front office to handle him correctly? Because I mentioned this earlier and I felt bad because I don't want to put any of that bad juju in the air. But if you're playing on both sides of the ball and you're playing all these snaps, it's more chance for you to get hurt. And people talk about how grueling the NFL season is, and these are guys who are playing on one side of the ball. Do you think there's a way that Jacksonville somehow fumbles this, plays him too much? Does he get hurt? Does he get tired? Because this is tricky because it's not a situation that we have every year in the NFL.
I agree, and I think this is where the organization, Liam Cohen in particular, is really going to be tested as a coach because the temptation will be put him out there, put him out there, put him out there. But it is the National Football League. It is different than college football. And also compared to some players, he has kind of a slight build. So you absolutely use him. There's no question. But you need to be a little bit judicious in how you do that because you don't want to wear him out, put him at risk for injury. He's amazing. And then all of a sudden, he suffers some sort of setback in week 6 and he's done for the season. So that will be the real challenge. It's not where do we play him. It'll be how much do we play him based on his skill set. And that's something Jacksonville is going to have to figure out. Coming up next. So Wednesday was not our best day. All right. Who cares? Big deal. It's a new day. We're back at it with our favorite plays on this Thursday. That is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Double D one time.
Great to have you with us on a Thursday. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Thanks for being with us as we are live every morning, bright and early, 6 a.m. Coming up on the show, Bad Sweats, our best bets. I got in here just in time. I'm trying to TCB just before the weekend. Taking care of business. Just talked to CVS on the phone. It's always a joy. Oh, my God. I got conflicting messages. I got one message on my phone. Hey, we'll refill this on August the 5th. I'm like, that doesn't seem right. And I call. He's like, we're refilling this tomorrow. I was like, are you sure? He's like, yes, I'm sure. I'm like, okay. Thank you for all of your kindness there, CVS. I think once a week, I'm just going to call out a major company. I mean, I've done it with Xfinity. Then it was Puttery, not a major company. And now CVS. And who knows? Maybe something will come of it, Chelsea. Eventually, I'll call out these major companies and maybe a representative will hear it and say, you know what? Come on down to CVS and we'll hook you up. You want some painkillers? You want some morphine? We got you. We got you here at CVS. Don't you worry.
Well, you're zigging while everybody else is zagging because I feel like most people are angling for partnerships, for deals, for brand, deals on TikTok and on social media. You're doing the opposite.
Yes,
you are
that's correct.
one by one crossing off all of the major companies to where, you're de-influencing people. Have you seen that trend where people are like, let me de-influence you? That's you. Number one in the ranks of de-influencing.
That's right. What was I watching the other day? Oh, it was the Justin Timberlake thing. Have you seen this? This is what I was watching.
No.
Oh, yeah. I don't know how I got into this. It's a whole thing where he was performing in Romania, I guess, a few nights ago, in the pouring rain. And so apparently fans in Romania, it was called the Electric something. I forget what it was. But he's performing overseas, his world tour. What tour? The World Tour. So The World Tour. So apparently fans waited 3 hours in the pouring rain, and there's all sorts of videos where he comes out, he performs for maybe an hour and sings maybe like a quarter of his songs. I swear to God, he'll be like, and he's off key too. It's like, you were my son. Come on, everybody. And just like, and holds the mic out and does this for so many songs where it's like just the crowd singing. And he just kind of meanders his way through it, clearly doesn't want to be in the rain, and then bounces early. The videos are pretty bad, I have to say. And he doesn't even sound good. And I am a Justin Timberlake fan. I don't know. But now he's the latest person to people say, all right, we're canceling this guy, which was kind of a thing before. But if you watch these performances, awful.
I don't know. I still think he has a good voice.
Yeah.
Like, I've heard him sing on so many shows, like live, to where he's not one of those that I doubt. Like certain people, I'm like, we'll see. We'll see if they actually can sing. But it could have been like the earpiece was bad. It could have been something with technology because when it's pouring rain, one would think that kind of throws you off as well. So I don't know. I feel like people love to cancel people these days. And if it's something behavior related, because listen, I think most of that is the stuff with Britney Spears. Have
Correct.
you dove into that situation? That is understandable. Even some of the rumors with him and his wife, Jessica Biel. So I don't know how to stand on it. But as far as being a good singer and performer, like we've seen a big sample size of work. And I feel like on the whole, maybe he's lost his fastball, but he's still very good.
No, that's very true. So I don't know how I got into that, of all the different things you can get into, but somehow I did. I found that little rabbit hole, which is TikTok, man. I swear to God, this is why I try to log off, because it can be anything. And you can go down a rabbit hole and go down this rabbit hole and be there for like forever. It just goes on. It's endless. And you have to catch yourself, because if you're not thinking, which happens a lot, you're just scrolling, you'll catch yourself like, I've spent 20 minutes on this. I've spent half an hour on this, and I wasn't even thinking about it.
I think my favorite game to play is, how is this person famous, or how is this person rich? Or are they lying about being rich? Do you see these ones? They're like, this is how much money I made each day of the week. $30,000, $25,000. You're like, what? And then, of course, they sell a course. And you're like, yeah, because you literally lie about how much money you make. And then these idiots on the internet fall for it. They're like, course, comment course if you want my course. And all these idiots are, of course, commenting.
Oh, that one. What's the other thing I went down the other day? Oh, what was it? Hubs? What's that guy? Dylan probably knows this. The guy who quit his job. I swear to God, I sound so old. I'm telling you, this is a real thing. There was a guy who he was basically giving his day, and this is going to be explained so terribly. Long story short, he's basically this regular guy, right? And he was like, I'm a husband, and basically this is how I go about my day. I have a 9-to-5 job, and this is just sort of the monotony of living a day-to-day life, but I try to make it a little fun. And people were like, oh, that's really cool. What does he do? He was making 6 figures. What does he do? I think it was Hub's Life. That's what it was. And all of a sudden, he decides, guess what? I'll quit my job, and I'll just do social media. And people were like, nobody wanted you to become a social media star or an influencer. What we liked was you're just a regular person kind of documenting your regular life, which a lot of people can relate to. And so now he's without this 6-figure job and begging for money on TikTok.
Yeah, that's the worst, when people get away from like what made them popular in the first place. Like we talked about this before, Snooki. Like I only want to see Snooki when she is a drunk mess. I don't want to see her like thriving and like being a good mom. No, that's not what Snooki brings to the table. I need to see her like with those huge sunglasses, the huge puff, and her falling off the boardwalk. That's what I want to see.
Exactly. And that's just not the Snooki we get anymore. What we need now, though, is not less Snooki, but more wins. That's coming up shortly. Coming up next on Bet Sweats, Joe and Sammy P continue their team previews by previewing Chelsea's Tennessee Titans. They'll also get you ready for play in the Big Ten and hand out their best plays in Major League Baseball. Evan Silva from EstablishTheRun.com joins at 11. All right, let's do it and hand out our favorite plays of the day.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Chelsea, give us a dub.
All right, so gonna fire away on a strikeout prop today. I haven't done these lately, but I think there could be a good candidate here in Eric Lauer, starting pitcher for the Toronto Blue Jays today, going over 4.5 strikeouts from -145. I think this is a very gettable number for somebody who has gotten this in 3 straight games, and I think the reason I like this the most is because he's going longer in games. Like in 2 of his last 3 starts, he's gone 6 innings. Because at the start of the season, he was kind of used as like a stopgap guy where he's only going 4 innings, going 3 innings. But now he's gone 6 innings in 2 of the last 3. And now he gets a Tigers offense that on paper looks great if you look at the course of the entire year. But over the last month, they are top 5 in baseball in strikeout percentage, and not in a good way. They are striking out the 5th most of any team in all of baseball. So Eric Lauer does have that strikeout stuff, striking out 7, 7, 6, 4, 5, and 8 over his last 5. So I think this is a gettable number, especially since it feels like this Tigers offense is not going to chase him from this game early. The Tigers offense has kind of fallen off a cliff. So I think it's a good spot for Eric Lauer here. Let's go over 4.5 strikeouts for -145.
Nice. I am going Guardians money line, hosting the Orioles today, because you got Charlie Morton going for Baltimore and Logan Allen going for Cleveland. Charlie Morton, you got to fade him. 2-5, an ERA of 6.81 the last time we saw him. Gave up 7 to the Rays over 5 1/3 innings. The O's struggled to hit lefties. We've talked about that all season. Logan Allen is a lefty. Plus the Orioles, 27th in the league in runs scored per game when playing on the road. Guardians with a huge advantage when it comes to the pen. I'll take the Guardians at this price, -120 on the money line.
Yeah, I'm going to be on that one as well. Anytime you fade the Orioles, you don't need to explain that much further to me, because they've just been a disappointment all the way around, especially with Charlie Morton, a season to forget for him. Plus, Cleveland's kind of on a tear. I know they're supposed to be sellers at the trade deadline, but listen, they've won 7 of their last 8. So let's go Guardians as well. That is a squad play.
Oh, let's do it. Oh, look at this text I just got from Commanders. We're sponsored by a beer company, a beverage company. So I got, hey, I have lime margaritas in the freezer. Not essential, but an option if they interest you. Oh, okay. We'll see how that goes. That's not a bad morning. I probably
So
need
don't badmouth them, Jenks.
No. Best team in the NFL. Number 1 with a bullet, as per usual.
Best margaritas.
And best margaritas for the best team. Let's have a great morning. Okay, let's find out what the Donkster's up to, and then get a preview of what's coming your way on Bet Sweats. Donkster!
Whoa, has anyone seen this Justin Timberlake performance in Romania? I was on TikTok this morning and it's terrible.
Yeah, we
just
Donkster,
talked about it.
We were just talking about it. He didn't sing a whole lot.
Can't we just all agree that Lance was the best member of NSYNC anyway?
Oh, Lance.
Oh, yeah, don't tell that to all the Joey fans out there.
Joey Fat One?
No.
Oh, no.
It's Joey Fatone. Joey Fatone.
Who cares? They just need to get back together. Do it for JT!
Enough boy band talk. How about a bet?
Okay. Blue Jays, money line, visiting Motown.
Well, you're 2-0 this week. Who am I to complain? Coming next on Bet Sweats, a man who needs no other members in his band, Sam Panayotovich. Sammy P. Good morning.
Very quick question. We don't have a long time. If somebody got married last Saturday,
okay,
and has posted 7 reels and 60 stories about said wedding, is that too much?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes.
In today's culture, I don't think so. Like, this is what people do. Like, I think I have 5 pictures that I, like, have kept from my wedding. That's it. But I got married, like, 11 years ago. So, it's part of the deal now.
I think this wedding hired a social media coordinator.
There are people that do that. There's someone I know, they went back to their wedding for the 1-year anniversary and had someone document that. Like, it's out of control. I'm just going to get one Polaroid. That's it. Sammy P, have a great show. That's going to do it for the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea, I'm Jenks. Thanks for being with us. Have a fantastic Thursday.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
It's time to sweat.
It's entertainment, education, information.
A smarter conversation, a higher level betting conversation.
With Joe O and Sammy P.
It's two guys who have known each other a long time, firing bets during the show, after the show, into the night.
We've been doing this so long, we're like brothers, so we're going to call each other out on some of their BS.
Get ready to fire.
Why are you betting 2-1 on Sunday when you could have bet 4-1 on Tuesday?
We're not going to force picks. What we give on the show is what we're betting.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was betting Valparaiso. What?
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Bet Sweats on a Thursday makes you think about sweating in the hot tub. Welcome on in. It's Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich with you. A lot going on today. We'll continue the countdown to kickoff series. So we're starting at the very bottom. So we have one more team, I believe, that has a win total of 5.5. We'll knock out the Tennessee Titans. But a lot of newsworthy things happening with the Titans this week. So we'll break that down. College football, we'll take a look at the Big Ten. A very short Major League Baseball card, maybe a couple season-long props worth taking a look at. Our buddy Evan Silva will drop by to talk some NFL. How you feeling, Sam?
I feel pretty good. I find it also very funny since we've started the countdown to kickoff. We did the Saints on Tuesday, and they debuted those gold uniforms. Yesterday, we did the Browns, and there was the debacle on the raft where the guy fell into the water as they were trying to film the thing. I know you saw that video, right, in Cleveland?
Yeah, the guy fell off the pier or whatever.
They're unveiling this Browns, I think it was a helmet, and it's on this barge, clearly on the lake, and they reveal the big monstrosity that it was, and the guy who was supposed to be filming it falls off and into the water. So I can't wait to see what happens in Nashville today. There's got to be some correlated Titans news. Although I guess we did get the news earlier this week that Will Levis is out for the season. So
yeah,
we're just kind of getting compensated with a correlated story every single day.
Right. Yeah, the bad teams that we're talking about. There's a lot going on with it. I don't know if it's like after we do the preview or what it is, but yeah. And then people were mad at Cam Ward's response to the Levis injury when he was asked about it. They were mad about that. What's the other one? Oh, yeah, we got to get to. I'm sure we'll have time for the Saints thing. I don't know if you saw what Colin Cowherd put out there yesterday about what could be afoot with New Orleans Saints. It's a fascinating idea, and it involves Arch. We'll get to that coming up. So, yeah, the first couple teams we've talked about, I would not bet the over, but I'm not sure that that's the case today. So we'll go over that with the Tennessee Titans. We'll make sure to make it fun. It is kind of an interesting situation, and now you expect Cam Ward to be your starter from day number one. Major League Baseball, we're at the point in the season where it kind of feels like these results mean a little bit more than they should. We know it's 1 out of 162, but the reality is that teams probably aren't looking at it that way because they're putting more of an emphasis on these games over the next week before we get to the trade deadline coming up next week. And you have a handful of teams that are coming out in the second half that have hot starts and a handful that have been awful. My picks were awful yesterday. The Athletics did not get home as a dog. They lose 2-1 last night. So the Sears angle, I think it was fine. It was just they couldn't do anything offensively. And my Angels play as a dog did not get it done. Mets sweep the Angels in their series there. So it came back. Good start to the week, but I got mine yesterday with those results. How'd you do?
I had Sandy. He shoved for the Marlins.
Yeah.
He looked unbelievable. I think it was 7 scoreless for Alcantara yesterday, and now you're starting to see the temperature rise there. And I actually saw a clip from 670 The Score yesterday where Spiegel is saying that he wants Alcantara to start next Tuesday for the Cubs. And that's really all it takes. It takes a start or two to show you the potential. And look, we can talk about Sandy's ERA and his advanced metrics and how bad 2025 has been, but you flip that guy to a contender, everything changes. And I don't really care about how he pitched in April, May, and June on a horrendous team. I don't put a lot of stock in there. You drop him into a divisional push or a pennant push, I think you're going to open up a lot of those pores, and he's going to return to the guy that we know he can be. So he was unbelievable yesterday. The only other game I was going to bet yesterday was Seattle. I stayed away, luckily. I didn't give it out on the show, didn't bet it. Seattle got pounded by Milwaukee. Milwaukee came right back in the ring and just knocked them out early. So glad I stayed away from that one. And then I got a couple texts last night from some buddies of mine that said, we're doing the White Sox again. And I thought, no, I'm good. I'm already up a little bit of profit because if you bet them 2 days at 2-1 on the money line, 1-1, you're a winner. Did not get there, but the White Sox did. A late rally again. They score 11 runs and beat Tampa. Take the series against the Rays.
Sweep the Pirates. Take 2 of 3 from the Rays, both on the road. Now they come back home. I probably don't want to deal with the whole thing, but I am kind of thinking I should probably go to one of the Cubs-Sox games. It's much closer to the house. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'm looking at these matchups. Not that it matters on the White Sox side. And Managa's going Friday night. Man, you know, that's a scene. It's not like it used to be, some of the vitriol and the hatred. Like when Ozzie Guillen was there, you had some of the big personalities. When Dusty Baker was the manager of the Cubs, there was a good amount of hatred. It wasn't that long ago. That's gone away because one of the teams has been bad, like really bad, over a lot over the last decade. Like one team sucks. But yeah, I'm thinking about heading over. They're off today, and then the Cubs and Sox play on Friday. So that's something worth watching, at least in the Chicagoland area. I was mad at myself for not taking KC. I said Lugo's going to shove against the Cubs. He did his job, did a nice. They were up majority of the game. Kansas City over the Cubs, they doubled them up 8-4. That Brewers call, 12 of 13 now. You mentioned it, and that's a Seattle team that I like, that I think is really talented. So this it's not even close right now. That stood out. Where's the room dominated? We're like, oh, man, should we take Washington? They were all over the Reds yesterday, and the Reds win 5-0 behind Lodolo. So where's the room was all over it?
The room will give it back. The room always does. Not too concerned. Be curious to see what the room looks like today. We only have 5 baseball games. So if you're looking for action, you're going to have to dive deep. You've got a game at 1:10 and then 4 night games. There's not much that I love. Obviously, we'll talk about it over the next 3 hours or so. But 2 more quick things from the day in baseball on Wednesday. So the Diamondbacks get swept by the Astros, making it almost a sure thing that they're going to be selling. I mean, I think some people were wondering, well, maybe they fight through it and maybe they see everything through. You get swept like that a week before the deadline, you're going the wrong direction. That's probably a surefire sell now. So you could see, Suarez get dealt, a couple of those pitchers perhaps. We'll see what they do. I don't know what they're going to do, but it certainly feels like it's over in Arizona. And then how about this? Alex Stumpf tweeted this. Covers the Pirates. Per the Elias Sports Bureau, the Pirates are the first team to sweep the best team in the league and get swept by the worst team in the league in back-to-back series since the 1980 San Diego Padres. Pirates sweep the Tigers, but they get swept by the White Sox. That's a wild stat.
I bet the Pirates in the first 2 games of the series, and then I walk away for the 3rd game. Man, that's a little annoying. The Pirates are playing well. You get that sweep going, but I think the lead is on the other side, Sam. Are we sure it's over in the AL Central? Detroit is playing awful. Awful ball coming out. If you look at the end of the first half, they've now lost 9 of 10. Lost 9 of 10. They can't score any runs right now. Now, you have patches like this throughout the course of a season. But like offensively, things have really come down, and that's the concern. Now, you get Scuba going every 5th day. You feel pretty good. You know, a couple starters at the top of the rotation you feel good about. But when they're not scoring, man, it's not looking good right now. And Cleveland is playing well. So Cleveland is 8 back in the division. Like Detroit's fade material for me right now. Until I see them start to put up some more runs. And I get it. It's a week. It's a couple of weeks, I guess. 1-9 over that 10-game stretch. But I'm starting to wonder about the Tigers. But big picture-wise, probably not a team that I would be taking a look at. It's going to be interesting to see if they do anything at the deadline. Remember, last year, they were supposed to deal, right? They didn't do anything, and then they end up making a run. But now what do they do in the next week? It'll be interesting.
Only problem is I don't have a fighter I like to fade them in the market for AL Central. So you look at BetMGM, Tigers to win the division minus 2,000. Lay that to win 100, which I'm not doing. But at the same time, you want the Guardians at 20-1, Twins 30, Royals 40. They'll win by default. None of those teams are any good. And the Guardians are a game over 500. And that's been a very, very average team. And honestly, when you look at their run differential, minus 34, Cleveland's probably a little lucky to be a game over 500. So I think in a vacuum, I would probably not do anything. I just wish there was a better challenger to the throne. If there was, fine. If there was a Yankees or a Red Sox or a Mariners or a Rangers, I could get there. But I don't believe in the crap behind them. That's the only problem.
Yeah, I would. The only consideration I would take is Cleveland. Kansas City's another team. What are they going to do at this deadline? Are you trading Lugo? Is there a team that's going to be willing to take on that contract because he's probably going to opt out at the end of the season? Like we're starting to hear some other names pop up of the pitchers. It feels like that's going to be the lead. The starting pitchers that go. Maybe more relievers pop up because those are at high demand. But again, are these teams going to be able to figure out exactly what they are and what moves to make moving forward? Ohtani homered again, 5 straight games. We mentioned it the other day, you know, with him pitching every 5th day and they'll start to ramp him up a little bit. That MVP is done. Like, I don't care about the WAR numbers with PCA being ahead here or there. It doesn't matter. By the time we get to the end of the season, it's going to be all Ohtani. And now he's going to be in the mix for the home run chase as well.
I wish the voters cared more about defense than they do, but it's never really felt like an award that you got because of your defense. It's just not. They have awards for that. They have the Gold Glove. So as great as he's been, and you know I'm not the biggest PCA guy in the world, he's been unbelievable, and he's kept it up. I mean, I remember in May saying, I don't know if he can keep this up. Wrong. He's been even better since that mid-May part of the schedule. And it's nothing against him. It's just you're going against a unicorn. And a unicorn is going to win basically every time. And you look at that price, Ohtani now minus 1,000 BetMGM to win the MVP. It's nothing against Pete Crow Armstrong. It's just the love for Ohtani, the offense, the power, the pitching. Those things are all sexier than the way a guy plays center field. That's just the way it is.
Yep. Yeah. Like, they're both on very popular teams, so that's kind of a wash, whether you're talking about the Dodgers or the Cubs. PCA hits his 27th homer, having an awesome season. You're not criticizing a player by saying they're not the MVP. Like, there can only be one. There's only one champion at the very end. So, you know, if you're going to go that far and say, okay, well, you're not winning it. Well, it's because of Ohtani. Like, he'll tell his kids one day, like, you know what? I could have been MVP, but this guy that's going into the Hall of Fame right now, yeah, I was stuck in the same league as him. Speaking of the National League, Sanchez still 20-1 at BetMGM. That is the only 20 I see. So I asked you yesterday, I'm like, okay, by the time we get to his next start, projected to be Monday against the White Sox, will he still be 20? There's one dangling right now. It's BetMGM, and then Wheeler and Skeen's just about even money.
And if he goes in and shuts down the hottest offense in baseball,
They
wink,
are.
wink. I mean, they are. They scored 11 runs again yesterday. Teal hit a bomb. Montgomery was good. It's not going to last, but I think it's going to be good enough to get me to 50 wins. That's all I need. 5-0, 50.
Baseball doesn't make any sense sometimes, but yeah, you should be able to get to 50, especially the way your Sox are playing right now. Joe O, Sammy P, countdown to kickoff. Tennessee Titans on the other side. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
With the first pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Cameron Ward, quarterback, Miami.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Did that Micah Parsons #1 overall pick cash yet? Still waiting on that. Damn. We thought there was a chance very early on, and then as it got closer and closer to the draft, it's minus 1,000, minus 10,000, minus 100,000, basically. Cam Ward is the new quarterback of the Tennessee Titans, the foreseeable future, and it looks like he's going to be your starter in week #1. Will Levis, he's having shoulder surgery, so he's going to be knocked out for the entire season. There were some people that thought maybe there's a little bit of upside on Levis, but you see him play 12 games last year. Nope, that was certainly not the case. 13 touchdowns, 12 interceptions, about 2,000 passing yards. The Tennessee Titans last season, 3-14. They end up with the #1 overall pick. This team had more turnovers than touchdowns. That is bad, folks. More turnovers than touchdowns. Now, some of the guys that they brought in here on that offense, they did produce, but you have to consider, okay, they were chasing in a lot of these games since they had such an awful record. It was not great for Brian Callahan's first year down in Nashville, Tennessee. They fire the GM after the season. He was only there for 2 years. So, we got to do something here. So let's fire the GM. We're not going to fire the coach after 1 year. Callahan gets another crack at it. Remember, he replaces Mike Vrabel. So we have another team with a win total of only 5.5. It is the Tennessee Titans. We covered Cleveland yesterday. We covered New Orleans a couple of days ago. Sam, neither of us were saying over on the very low win total of 5.5. And the Saints are the last in the group to say, to have a win total of 5.5. What is your first thought on 5.5 in Tennessee this year?
I love what they've done on the offensive line. Let's start there. So if you look at the last 2 drafts, they've taken Skoronski at left guard and Latham at right tackle, 2 very high-level offensive linemen. And then this offseason, they go out and get a left tackle, Dan Moore from Pittsburgh. They bring in Cushenberry from Denver to play center, and their new right guard is from Detroit, Kevin Zeitler. So they have built a monster, no pun intended, on the offensive line. That is a big deal for a bad team because a lot of bad teams have bad offensive lines. There's a lot of correlation there. Oh, you stink? You can't move the ball? Oh, your offensive line probably stinks. This is one of the better lines of the league now. So now, when you get through the snap, what do your skill guys do? And they have a rookie quarterback and a bunch of new pieces on offense. You got Tyler Lockett from Seattle. You got Van Jefferson, former Ram, former Steeler. And Calvin Ridley is back in the fold, along with some guys that they like that they got in the draft. 3 receivers, actually, that they added in the offseason. 2 in the draft and then 1 free agent. That's Restrepo from Miami, who played in college with Cam Ward. So this offense is going to be a lot different than it was last year. I don't know that it's good enough to get to 6 wins, but of the 3 teams we've talked about so far, the 3 trash teams, if you will, the Browns, the Saints, and the Titans, I'm more inclined to lean over with this one because I think the division is much easier. A lot like how we talked about with New Orleans, where, all right, we know Tampa on the surface is decent, but do we really trust Atlanta? Do we like Carolina? In this division, I have questions about a lot of the teams. When you drop off Houston, of course. I don't know what Jacksonville is, and I really have no idea what's going on in Indianapolis with Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones. So if I had a head-to-head market, if somebody gave me a price on who will have more wins, the Colts or the Titans, I might take Tennessee. And maybe I look at them to finish 3rd in the division instead of last. That's sort of where I'm at least early.
Okay, I get what you're saying. And there are some books that have moved it to 6.5. Now we're getting to a territory that I think is a little dicey at 6.5, but I understand where you're coming from. I think the offensive line point is something that should probably be hammered home, and it's not the sexiest thing to talk about. A lot of offseason previews aren't going to spend that much time on offensive line, but I think it's worth it with the Tennessee Titans. You remember who the offensive line coach is, right?
No.
Daddy. Bill Callahan.
Daddy's coaching the line? I didn't realize that.
The guru. So when he spends a couple of years there and he's like, okay, all right, I see what we have. Here's what I don't like. This is what we need to change. Now, like you mentioned, those very high picks early on with Skoronski and Latham, a couple years of experience, a couple veterans mixed in, and then Cushenberry. Now, Cushenberry was put on the PUP list the other day. He's saying that he thinks he's going to be back from the Achilles by week 1. We'll see, but he's expecting the start of the season. Maybe he misses a little bit of time, but it sounds like he'll be back. They didn't bring him in for no reason. But if he's good to go, the center, I mean, that's going to be massive. But yeah, let's protect our franchise. We've got Cam Ward. Let's give him some protection. We've got a couple of weapons on offense. We're probably not there all the way, but they're working that offensive line. So that is something that I think you can trust. You can also trust certain areas of the defense. They were the second best pass defense in the NFL last year. You've got L'Jarius Sneed also. He was on the PUP list as well, but you're expecting him to come back at some point, the cornerback from the Kansas City Chiefs. So I would think strength of this team. Now, the O-line was bad last year, but I would think at least middle of the league with upside. So I would look at the pass defense and the offensive line. And then Cam Ward, we'll find out. We expect him to be a rookie quarterback. He's going to go through his struggles, but he has the talent to turn it around. At least that's what they're hoping down in Tennessee. So I think that's certainly noteworthy about the offensive line. And it's not like, yes, they were 3-14. I don't know. The way I look at it is I don't view them as being as bad as New Orleans or Cleveland. And that's why some books decided to bump up this win total.
They were a statistical anomaly last year in a lot of ways. And I think oftentimes people get lost in the stats or put a lot of stock in the stats. And I never try to. For example, if you look at Football Reference and you go to the Titans page, they were second last year in yards allowed on defense. Second in the league in yards allowed. Oh, probably a good defense, huh? Well, they were 30th in points allowed. Wait a minute. You were second in yards allowed, but 30th in points allowed. How does that happen? That doesn't even make sense. Mm-hmm. And then you go to their offense, and that's where they struggle. They only scored 311 points, which was good for 18.3 points per game. One of the worst in the NFL. The worst team was Cleveland at 15.2. Tennessee was 18.3. So if you can shore up some of those deep plays or home run plays on defense and get more out of your offense, maybe you can win 7 games. Maybe. I don't think, to your point, I don't think they're as bad as people think. The issue is that you have a rookie quarterback. And that's the biggest dice roll in the NFL. What do you get from a first-year starter and a first-year quarterback at the professional level? Cam Ward was probably in the best situation of any quarterback last year, given how great the O-line was, how awesome the skill was around him, the style, the play calling, the coaching. He was in a great scenario. I'm not going to get touched, and I'm going to get the ball out quickly, and my speed is going to work in my favor. It's not the ACC, though, anymore, Joe. We're in the NFL. Mm-hmm. So it's a big uptick in ability in terms of the defenses you're going to face. But if he balls out, I mean, we've seen in back-to-back years, we've seen C.J. Stroud and Jaden Daniels come in and thrive. If he plays close to that level, this is an over team this year. Maybe not only win total, but on a week-to-week basis, when we're talking about point totals, over-unders, maybe this is an over team this year, considering how they've adjusted the O-line and how they've addressed the lack of weapons.
Week 1's going to be tough. That's a really challenging spot. Cam Ward, rookie quarterback, first start. Not only is it on the road, but it's in Denver against an elite defense and a very tough place to play. So that's going to be a tough one. Now there are some spots we can go over them. Some of them that I think they do have a good chance to win. I don't know that this is going to be it. The number's 7.5. There are some 7s out there, juiced a little bit. Some books have already moved to 8. Do you think you'll find yourself playing Denver, Tennessee in any way?
We did bring this up when Levis went down.
Mm-hmm.
And the easy question to volley to the class was Denver Survivor? ? And you said, man, it's going to be so popular, which is true. I mean, of all the games in week number 1, which one is more salivating than this one to see the Denver defense at home against a rookie quarterback? There are not many. The other one I would argue is probably Cincinnati at Cleveland. But then you have that faction of people that don't trust Cincinnati and don't like them in week 1. And you've brought up many times how the Bengals in their last 6 years are 1-11 in the first 2 weeks. So if that gets driven in your face for the next 5-6 weeks, that's going to pull people off of Cincinnati Survivor. So I said the other day, I think Cincinnati week 1 Survivor is my play. So I'm gonna fight the front against the Bengals. But this pick, this Denver Survivor week 1, will be very popular, I assure you.
100%. Now I'm looking at the Denver schedule. Are there any other home spots where I would want to take them, where I would regret using them in week 1? Not many. They do play the Jets, but that's a neutral game. I'm not taking them. I assume that's London with the early Sunday time slot. Nope. After that, they get the Giants at home. But then how do they deal with the this is the best spot, man. The rookie quarterback at home, Bo Nix coming off a hot season. Yeah, this is the spot. So
here we go.
Tough. Here we go.
Here we go.
You're right. Okay, so let me throw this at you. I wrote down the games that I think are winnable. First off, your season series with Jacksonville. Do they split, swept, sweep? What do you think?
Split.
Do they split against Indy? Or take both?
I would split.
Okay, split is fair. At Vegas.
Could win.
Could. At Cleveland. Could win. Hosting New Orleans. Whew.
Win.
Hosting the Patriots. Maybe. My point is there's a handful of winnable games. I just gave you half the schedule on the year. And I think those are all winnable games. And then will they get swept the rest of the year in their tougher games? I would bet against that. That's not really how the NFL works. If you have a team with upside, and maybe especially if you look at the second half of the year with what you expect to be an improving Cam Ward and improving offensive line and all that, I understand why this win total was bumped up a little bit. There are a lot of winnable spots. It's not the easiest schedule. It's not San Francisco easy. It's rated out as the 8th easiest schedule, but half of it is very winnable.
And to the schedule point, there was a movie written about the volatility of the NFL. It's called Any Given Sunday. If we would have played this game last year with Cleveland and said, oh, well, let's look at Cleveland's schedule. Oh, well, they're going to be 0-2 against Baltimore. And they beat Baltimore last year. So, they're going to probably win a game or two that nobody expects. And then they'll probably lose a game that people expect them to win. That's the NFL, and that's why Survivor is so freaking hard. I told you this story a couple years ago. I flew into Vegas. There was an overlay in the Survivor. I flew all the way from Chicago to Vegas on a Saturday, signed up, and picked the Jacksonville Jaguars week 1. Oh, no, sorry, picked the Colts. Colts played Jacksonville. Jacksonville won the game, knocked me out of Survivor, and then never won another game the rest of the year. So we can't just play this win-loss game. Oh, win here, lost there, lost there.
Right.
Who the hell knows what's going to happen on a random Sunday?
I've got Survivor rules. One of them is never Jaguars. For or against, never, ever the Jacksonville Jaguars. All right, we'll continue with Tennessee Titans player props on the other side. Joe O, Sammy P, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
your reaction to the news that Levis had decided to have surgery and it's kind of subtracted from the quarterback room now?
I really didn't have a reaction. I focused on Cam Ward.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
People were so mad about that. What are you supposed to say? Like, oh, this is my friend, this is my guy. I'm like, no, they're not friends. They're competitors. He was going for his job. He's now out of the picture. You probably won't even see him around the facility. Like, I guess people want him to fake, like, oh, I feel real terrible. Oh, that's awful. Okay, whatever. Be real. I was fine with it, with what Cam Ward had to say. I don't understand why people just like the BS. Oh, just make sure you say the right thing, whether you mean it or not. Like, we say we want the truth, but the reality is most of the time we don't want the truth. Cam Ward gave you the truth right there, and people don't know how to handle it.
Right. What do you want him to say? Oh, I'm really crushed about this. I really feel bad for the weird guy that puts mayonnaise in his coffee. I mean, is that what he's supposed to say? No.
Yeah.
Give me a break.
Yeah, the guy that was in my way. Yeah, I feel awful for him. Well, yeah, it sucks. It's part of the NFL. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. So we were going over the Titans schedule, and you can find props on every team with this, where they give odds on the first 5 weeks. What is the record going to be? And we mentioned at Denver as about a touchdown, 7.5 point dog on the road to start. Then it's at home for the Rams and the Colts. Then it's on the road for the Texans and the Cardinals. How many wins in those first 5? Broncos, Rams, Colts, Texans, Cardinals.
I'd make the number 1.5, and I'd juice the under. But I could see 2.
And the favorite is 1. But it's pretty close between 1 and 2. So, I mean,
exactly. 1.5 juice to the under. Exactly.
I would but the 0 wins is plus 450.
No,
you
they'll
know,
win a game.
That's where the value is. All right, we'll see.
You don't think so?
No, they probably will. It's going to be more challenging earlier, though. And it's not an easy schedule here. Like, you're going to Houston. You're going to Denver. Like, those are probably losses. And then you're hosting the Rams. That's a tough one. Your winnable games are at Arizona and then hosting the Colts. It's going to soften up when? Like, the games that I mentioned to you earlier on, like, what are they going to do against these teams? Vegas is week 6. Cleveland week 14. New Orleans week 17. Like, though later in the year, when Cam Ward has some experience under his belt, I think that's when they would be better. More likely to struggle early and then be more successful later on. Speaking of Cam Ward, the prop for passing yards on Ward is 3,200 and the hook. Passing touchdowns is 18.5. Last year, the rookie quarterbacks, Bo Nix flew over that number, 37.75. Jaden Daniels crushed that number, 35.68. Caleb also got 3,500 passing yards. So 3 rookie quarterbacks beat this number of 3,200. Drake May was about 1,000 shy, even though people like to talk about him like he's Peyton Manning. Drake May, playing 13 games, was not even close to that number of 3,200 for Cam Ward. What is your first reaction when you see that 3,200?
Well, my first reaction is to laugh at the Patriots fans who believe that Mac Jones was the second coming of Tom Brady. And then when that didn't work out, they re-fell in love with Drake May. Oh, this is the guy. So that's my first reaction to the way that you crafted the question. I unfortunately feel like Cam Ward bettors are paying the tax that Caleb and Jaden and Bo delivered on last year. So this number is probably just a little bit higher than their numbers were. I don't remember what Jaden Daniels' number was, but I assure you it wasn't 3,200. Doesn't feel like it would have been that high. No. Now, I like the yards more than I like the touchdowns because, as we've learned, guys that have watched the NFL for a better part of 3 decades now, it's easier to move the ball from 20 to 20 than it is from 20 to goal line. And I don't know that I am excited about going over 18 and a half, 19 and a half touchdown passes. But if I believe in the O-line and believe in what they're trying to build in the skill position room, he could throw for a bunch of yards. I think we really need to learn a lot about him as a true pocket passer. Again, if you watch, go to YouTube and put in Cam Ward highlights and count how long he had the ball on a lot of those plays. It's 1,000, 1,000 out. 1,000, 1,000, 1,000 out. I don't know that you can do that in the NFL. I mean, you can plan for it. You can try and be that type of offense, but it's just not the way it works like you can do it in college. So I do have my concerns about him scanning the read and going through his progressions and standing tall in the pocket and stepping up. Of course you have concerns about that. But I do think that's a pretty fair number at 3,200. I don't feel any type of way, but if you made me bet over under on yards or touchdowns, I'd probably go over on yards before anything else.
That comes out to 188 on average over the course of a 17-game season. And those rookie quarterbacks last year that we mentioned that flew with the number, they all play 17 games. Like, that's it. With these props, if you're talking about over on passing yards, how many games are going to be out there? Oh, he's healthy the entire year? Then he'll go over. He missed some time, missed a few games, he's going to go under. That's basically what a lot of these props come down to. We were talking, again, Connor Allen about it the other day. He just bets unders for the most part. Like 90% of his bets, season-long props, are going to be unders because they hit at a much higher clip because injuries happen in this league. Nick 17, Daniel 17, Caleb 17, and they all go over that number. I wouldn't play over in this spot. Year before, we saw Stroud crush that number. He got to 4,000, and then Bryce Young went under. He went through his struggles in his rookie campaign. He didn't start to get it until the second half of year number 2. So something else that you might want to keep in mind. As far as the weapons, Ridley's still there. His prop is at 900 in the hook, 900 receiving yards. Westbrook-Akine had a ton of touchdowns. He was their touchdown leader. He's now in Miami. He's no longer there. They bring in Lockett, and then Van Jefferson is listed as a starter. I don't know. I don't know where the production's going to come from. So I guess I could understand why you would back Ridley because he's the constant. He's the one you can trust. Everybody else, I'm not quite sure.
And we don't have props on anybody else outside of Ridley, at least at receiver.
Mm-hmm.
I would think, given how Ward performed last year and the style that he played in, Lockett would be an easy answer in terms of who's the security blankie, who's the guy you go to. Like last year for Caleb Williams, it was Keenan Allen. And Keenan Allen operated a lot in the middle of the field, short passes. Caleb used to key into Keenan Allen. And Keenan Allen's no longer in Chicago, of course. But Lockett would be the easy answer for me is like, who does Cam Ward look to on 2nd and 7? Oh, there's Lockett for 4 yards. Now it's 3rd and 3. I think Lockett gets a bunch of targets, but we don't have numbers on Lockett because books don't put up props on every receiver. The one guy I wanted to volley back to you was Pollard, Tony Pollard, who's their RB1 in Tennessee. Last 3 years, 1,000 yards every year. 1,007, 1,005, 1,079. The prop on Pollard, I see 875 and a half, 900 and a half. So if you're a stat studier, like a lot of people we know, oh, well, he's gone over this number 3 straight years. Well, why is it 875 and a half? Why is it only 900 and a half? I don't know that it's that big of an assurance that Tony Pollard is their leading rusher this year. I just don't. I got a bad feeling about it. Call it a hunch. I know we're not supposed to bet hunches, but Spears is very formidable, and I'm hearing they love this kid from Fresno, Jordan Mims, who they didn't even draft. They signed him. They drafted the running back from Michigan, Mullings. Then they signed Mims. This might be, I don't want to say running back by committee, but I think it's no sure thing that Tony Pollard gets over the rushing props.
I think you're spot on, and it's a pretty good call. Entering year number 7. So a lot of times with running backs, it's not like he's a top-end guy. Once you get to year 7, year 8, production starts to decline. We've actually seen it over the last couple of years. Now, you see that 1,000-yard mark, and he just barely got there in 22 and 23 in Dallas. You know they tried to help him and make sure he got over that number, 1,007, 1,005. But if you look at the yards per carry of the last 2 years, way down. When he was at his peak in Dallas, and he was used a little more sparingly, he was averaging over 5 yards per carry. Each of the last 2 years, we're looking at 4.0 his last year in Dallas, 4.2 last year in Tennessee. Now, if you want to make the case, hey, you guys said the offensive line is going to be better. Yeah, we did, and we believe that. But if you look at his production over the last couple of years, it's not what it was when he was in year 3, year 4 in the league. So it's heading the wrong direction. And if they like those other running backs that they're bringing in as much as you say, yeah, I think they're going to work them in. And I would have no interest in going over on Pollard. They'll probably play in closer games. That means there will be more running the football, but it doesn't mean that it's going to be Pollard. We like to think that, oh, they're the starting running back. He's going to get to 1,000 easy. He's been doing it 3 straight years, and they'll be in closer games, and they're going to run the football more. All that could be true, but it doesn't mean it's going to Pollard.
If you're a fantasy player, I would look at a couple of those guys. Like for your deep bench, I would look at Spears. I would look at Jordan Mims, running backs.
Mm-hmm. Yep, those are some good calls. All right, we're going to transition from NFL to college football. We're going to break down the Big Ten, a lot to discuss and a lot of teams here. Everybody's looking for this year's Indiana. What about Indiana? What are they going to do? We'll talk about it. 3 teams at the very top that are getting some championship love. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich with you on a Thursday morning. Welcome on in. We did our countdown to kickoff on Tennessee Titans as that series continues. Better teams moving forward. In a few minutes, we'll get to the Big Ten. Evan Silva will be dropping by at 11 a.m. Eastern to hang out and, of course, talk some NFL. And speaking of the NFL, we do have some big news in the NFL world, right, Sam?
Justin Fields is hurt. Here's the report. Connor Hughes covers the Jets for SNY. The initial report, Justin Fields is limping off the field with a trainer. He is hurt. #Jets. Follow-up, Jets were running team drills. Starters came on. They ran one play, which was a Fields incompletion. He stood up, sat down, stood up again, then limped off the field very gingerly. He's currently on the table. Trainers removed his shoe. They are working on him, and players are coming over to check on him.
Mm-hmm.
Not ideal. We will follow this as it progresses. Paul mentioned something that there was a cart involved, one of the other reports. So not a great start at Jets camp so far this week.
Nope, not at all. Yeah, so we'll wait on that. The season opener is the Jets are a home dog to the Pittsburgh Steelers. The number's 3. I still see that on the board right now. I see one spot that is at 3.5, but it's 3's painted across, so nothing has changed. A couple books took it off the board. So not a lot of movement right now. Couples said, okay, let's just hold off. Let's take it off the board. If it is something to where it would affect week number 1, we're talking about Tyrod Taylor. He's your backup. So Tyrod, and then after that, we go to Adrian Martinez, the guy that was in college for 87 years as a quarterback. But yeah, no, there's been some optimism there with Justin Fields, and the Jets feel that, okay, we know what he can do. We know what he can't do after a couple of spots in the league. So let's try to build around him and put him in spots where he could succeed. And that was the thing, man. Rodgers, you got to go. You got to go. And we're going to extend the guys that we like. We're going to make our commitments. And we think we'll be all right with Justin Fields. And if it doesn't work, okay, we have a bad season. And then we're going to draft our quarterback. This new regime is going to take their QB. But they've made their commitment to Garrett Wilson long-term. And they've done the same thing with Sauce Gardner. So with Rodgers and everybody that he wanted now gone, it's a new day there. But the question is, will Justin Fields be healthy to start? The reality is, it looks like he's, if healthy, the Band-Aid for that team to their next quarterback.
I'm going to say this respectfully. Justin Fields is not worth much to the point spread. That's not an opinion. That's a fact. You know, I have this list of quarterbacks and their backups. And let's take Buffalo, for example. Josh Allen to Mitch Trubisky is a 6.5 point drop-off. That's the mathematical change. So if the Bills are a 13-point home favorite and Josh Allen isn't playing, say he rolls his ankle on Thursday and doesn't play, that line is going to come down to a number around 7, give or take.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think the drop-off is between Fields and Taylor?
Not much.
1.
Boy,
1.
Yeah, my first thought was 2, and I'm like, that's probably too much. Yeah. I don't know that there's a difference myself.
Look, I hope he's okay. This is not diminishing the injury, but when people say, oh, well, he's got to be worth a couple points, he's not.
No.
He's not.
No. He wasn't. No. He was bad last year. He had his issues with the Bears. People still point at him like, oh, he's talented. He's got upside. He's got upside. Okay, you're number 5 in the league. We'll We'll see right now. But he's been in opportunities where they didn't have great quarterback play. And he wasn't part of that, stepping in and doing great. But hopefully he's fine. We'll keep you updated there. But like my first reaction was to look at that week 1 number. But your point, and it's a good one, is even if he's out, it might move from 3 to 4, maybe. As
but
a
then
home
you'll
dog,
have people that would
maybe.
be excited to come in and take the 4 because
would.
they, other people
I
are
would.
going to say, well, he's worth nothing. And
Yeah.
that's the debate that these bettors and betting groups have because some people are going to say he's worth 1. That's what most bookmakers will tell you. He's worth 1 point to the backup. Now, maybe somebody says there's no drop off, and another group or individual says he's worth 2. And then they fight around this 4, and then you see what happens. But, I mean, to think that Justin Fields is worth multiple points is just not the way it works. The big names, obviously, Mahomes, Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow. We're talking about close to 6-7 points relative to the backup.
Yep.
Not in New York with the Jets. Not this year.
Yep, I agree. And if they are a 4-point dog with Tyrod, that's going to be a bet.
Wow.
I'm just saying. Come on. Against the Steelers, they want to demolish Rodgers. Let's go.
That final score will be 18-17 Steelers.
Give me the dog. Yep. And I'm good with that. I still trust that defense. They've gone up against Rodgers plenty in practice. That's going to be an interesting game just because of all the storylines. That's fun. The NFL knows what they're doing when it comes to that. Joe O, Sammy P, you've got BetSweat's BetMGM network, and we are going through some of the bigger conferences, the Power 5 conferences early on here, taking a quick gander at what we see in these conferences in college football. They just had the Big Ten Media Days. That was out in Las Vegas. So I saw some of the comments coming back, a little interesting. When you start with the Big Ten, it starts with the 3 at the very top. And there is a big separation with Ohio State, Penn State, Oregon, and then everybody else. Maybe there's another team that is kind of on an island as the 4th team, which we can talk about. But that's where it starts. Ohio State off the championship, of course. And you had 4 teams out of the Big Ten making the playoff. Those 3 at the very top, and then Indiana stepped in, and everything went right for them a year ago. They're going to try and repeat that. We got to start at the top, Sam. Ohio State, Penn State, Oregon. Which team do you want to begin with?
Penn State. This is the team that most people want to discuss in terms of power ratings and potential. And we had Brett Cianci on yesterday who had a really good response to my question about what do you say to the people who bang on the table and proclaim that James Franklin can't win the big one. And his comment was, the coordinators have never been better. Now, Andy Kotelnicki's been there. This is his second turn around the sun there. And that was the guy who turned around the offense at Kansas. And Kansas was unbelievable 2 years ago. Then Kansas took a step back last year because Kotelnicki was in Penn State. And guess whose offense got a lot better last year? Penn State's. So they bring back basically everybody on offense, including their quarterback, including their 2-star running backs. They hit the portal and got skill and speed at receiver. You lose Abdul Carter, of course, on the defensive side, but Penn State always replaces their linebackers that wear number 11. And most of those guys are back. But Ciancia was talking about the fact that Penn State actually poached a defensive coordinator from Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't happen, dude. The DC wins a national championship at Ohio State and leaves for Penn State? What? So that's pretty telling how Jimmy Knowles feels about the potential in Happy Valley. I have guys that have bet Penn State. I've told you this. Vegas Rick bet 5,000 on them at 9-1 to win the whole thing. He's a Penn State guy. He went to Penn State. And he goes, I never bet them. No, he never bets them because he knows better. He bet them this year. 5 dimes, 9-1. He said this is their best team since they won it all last. And again, this is a realist, not a homer, not a I'm going to bet on Penn State over every year, win the national title every year. No, because when he called me and said that, this is months ago, I laughed. He said, you'll never guess what I just bet. What? Okay, you're right. I'm never going to guess it. Penn State title. I laughed. And he said, I'm not kidding. This is not a joke. This is not a drill. So when you have respected bookmakers slowly shorting the Penn State price, the power rating guys like Brad Powers and Ciancia saying, no, they're legit. And then the bettors that we respect betting Penn State, that's the triangle, right?
I'm glad you started with them. They are the most fascinating team right now. Cleveland.com ran their yearly poll. They get beat writers from every team. They go, okay, let's rank them 1 to 18. 18 points for first place, and let's go down. Go down. Who ended up in first? Penn State. The media is backing Penn State as well, and I think there's some legitimate reason, and it's the same argument we have every year. The reason we keep having this James Franklin talk is because it's still true all these years later. Now, you could look at the playoff last year and say, well, they beat SMU, they beat Boise. They were supposed to do that. The problem with James Franklin, the problem with this team historically has been when they're not supposed to do something, they don't do it, right? They don't surprise people. They don't beat those upper echelon teams. They were supposed to handle SMU at home, and they did. It was actually that was a turnover game, if you remember how that thing went, and it was over. It felt like it was over early. And then Boise, they were supposed to win that game. The schedule fell for them. And then when it comes to the teams that they're not supposed to beat, Notre Dame, unless your name's David Dykstra, play a real team, then they lose. That's the story with James Franklin. Until he changes that narrative, idiots like me are going to keep bringing it up because you kind of have to. Now, you get the quarterback back. The other schools in the mix, they have a change at quarterback. So you've got continuity in the backfield as well. They do play the tough teams, though. That's where I hesitate on this. If you're thinking win the Big Ten, if you're considering that number, now you mentioned championship, and that's a different conversation. But if you're thinking about winning the Big Ten, they're playing both Ohio State and Oregon. The other teams are not having to deal with that. So the schedule is tough, but if they're going to win the Big Ten, they're going to have to earn it. For that reason, I am not interested in them at plus 260 to win the conference, but it doesn't mean they won't win the championship. Ohio State did not win the Big Ten. That belonged to Oregon. They went 9-0 in conference play, but we knew they had the talent. We knew they could do it. They lost that close game at Oregon 32-31, and then they're in a good spot. They had a nice schedule, nice path, and then they end up winning the title when it's all said and done. So as far as winning the Big Ten, I would not be interested in Penn State. I totally understand why people are saying this is the year they're finally going to break through. Will I do it with my money? No, I will not, but I understand it.
I'm not there yet, but the closer we get, the more I'm thinking about 8-1, 850 national title. This is a team that you probably want to grab now because there's a very good chance they go 10-2 or 11-1, and then the number just isn't that high anymore. I think you could wait on Ohio State, Texas. I'm not in love with betting a team at 5-1 to win a title. I don't necessarily think the math is fair. But let's look at these Kotelnicki offenses real quick. In 23 at Kansas, they scored 34.8 points per game, 17th in the country. The next year at Kansas, they scored 29.4 points per game. So a pretty decent drop from 34.8 to 29.7. Penn State last year, mind you, without anything from the wide receiver position, scored 33.1 points per game. Their best weapon in the passing game was Tyler Warren, a tight end.
Right.
They added 3 receivers in the portal this year, and they're all good. That team's going to score a ton. Senior quarterback and 2 senior running backs.
Everything went through Warren last year. If you watch any Penn State football, and that's going to change this year. We'll talk more about the Big Ten. A lot of teams to go through on the other side. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
biggest, toughest postseason climb in the history of the sport. And after all that, it's Ohio State together at the mountaintop, champions of college football.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Ohio State, your favorite to win the Big Ten. The win total 10.5, but we've got 3 teams at the top of the Big Ten with a win total of 10.5. We are breaking it all down when it comes to the Big Ten Conference. Joe O, Sammy P, with you here on Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. We'll get to some Major League Baseball coming up later this hour, 11 a.m. Eastern. Our buddy Evan Silva will be dropping by. What do you think chances are Ohio State repeats?
Not good.
Not good. Too much turnover?
Young quarterback. Very, very young quarterback.
Yep. Jeremiah Smith, he makes his return. Caleb Downs, he'll be back as well. So you got talent on both sides of the ball. But as far as the quarterback, that's going to be tough. And so they get Penn State. They play Texas to start. And they're going to Michigan in the last game of the year, right? So, yeah, they're going to be up against it. I don't know that you would bet the under 10.5, but it is juiced, minus 145 at BetMGM to the under there.
I'm looking at some of these Ohio State markets, minus 320 to make the playoff. I'm just not interested, man. You're paying the premium off the national championship, which we understand. And again, coming into the playoff last year, we were saying Ohio State has the path. Ohio State has the price because they had just lost to Michigan and everybody was, Ryan Day's at it again. And then some people at the network watched the Rose Bowl and said, Ohio State's the team to beat. And I was like, oh, yeah, of course. But we pegged Ohio State when the bracket came out. We were telling you, look at this path. Look at the ability for them to make a run. We're the same show. We're the same people. And I'm telling you, I'm not laying minus 320 on them to make the playoff or 330. Ain't happening. Now, I'd lay Oregon minus 235. I'd lay Penn State minus 290. I like those two more than I like the price on Ohio State.
You think Oregon can repeat as Big Ten champions here? They didn't lose a game last year. They have to go to Penn State. So of the 3 top teams, like that's the one they have, and they got to go to Happy Valley. Always very difficult. And you have the quarterback change. You have no more Dylan Gabriel. We know he's not the best guy, but for their offense, it really fit. What do you think? They are the 3rd favorite at plus 350 for the conference. They were the number 1 seed last year when it came to the playoff, but I don't think anybody really liked their path that they had because it was brutal. Okay, you're the 1, you get a bye. Their prize for being the 1 seed and getting the bye was to play Ohio State in their first playoff game. So stupid.
Yeah, I look at how they do, though, under Lanning and how they progress and get better. And I'm a Lanning guy. I know some people, he's not their cup of tea. I like him. I'm a fan. So he takes over, and they go 10-3. The next year, 12-2. The next year, 13-1. So you can see the growth and the ability for them to address things that maybe didn't go their way the year before. So I think the optimism for anybody that's followed this Oregon program under Lanning is understandably high. And their win total is 10.5. So Vegas is saying they're a double-digit win team. They go 12-0 last year, like you mentioned, win the Big Ten championship, and then lose in the Rose Bowl. And really got pounded. Just a buzzsaw against Ohio State. Ohio State decided, all right, we're going to use our 3 NFL receivers, and we're going to just throw the ball all over you. And Oregon wasn't ready for it because nobody was ready for it. Ohio State didn't do it all last year. It was almost, I don't want to say that this happened, but it felt like Ohio State was just saving their best stuff for when it mattered. And Oregon clearly wasn't prepared for it. But just because you get embarrassed by Ohio State in the playoff doesn't mean you can't win 11 regular season games and make the playoff again. Again, they go from 10 wins to 12 wins to 13 wins. That next step is winning the national championship, which I don't know that I'm there on Oregon, but I'd be stunned if they didn't make the college football playoff.
So you don't love Ohio State at the very top. You like Penn State. You like Oregon. I can't believe I'm here, man. But the more and more I look at it, and I know I'm putting a lot into a freshman quarterback, a whole lot. Call me Portnoy if you want. I like Michigan. This is going to be a bounce back season for them. I wish they had a different head coach. But you look at their losses last year. Texas, Oregon, at Indiana, at Illinois, which, according to a lot of people, that's a tough spot now. And then the one that you kind of like, okay, that wasn't the best loss in the world, was Washington. I believe that one was on the road as well. So, yeah, it was. So we were expecting a down season, probably more down than a lot of people thought. I remember you were big on fading the Wolverines, and you were spot on with that. The win total is 8.5. They're the fourth favorite at 10-1 to win the Big Ten. It is juice to eternity. It's almost $2 on the over, and I understand that. I'm not telling you to do that. Like, I think they could get to the 10-win mark. Man, is it a soft schedule. I just mentioned all of those. There are 5 losses last year, 4 of them very difficult games. And here's what happens with the schedule this year. They miss Penn State. They miss Oregon. They missed Illinois. No Indiana. No Iowa. Man, is that soft. And you got a lot more talent coming in. After a tough road last year, if you're expecting Oregon to come back a little bit because of the change there, if you're expecting Ohio State to come back a little bit back to the pack because of the change there, I would understand. I think Michigan's going to be in the mix, man. What do you think? I don't necessarily disagree. I'm just more in the USC camp this year. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Because Maeva's your quarterback. You brought him across from UNLV. And I think Lincoln Riley likes what he has there. They hit the portal pretty well at receiver and at running back. And you want to talk about a schedule. There is no Ohio State. There is no Penn State. You go to Nebraska, Purdue, and you go to Oregon. You're probably going to lose that game. But USC has a win total of 7.5. And that would be a team that I would look at. There's a lot of talk about Illinois and a lot of talk about, I saw Joel Klatt was also bringing up Washington the other day. I think Joel Klatt has every Big Ten team in the playoff, actually.
Apparently. Yeah, you work at FS Fox Sports, and then all of a sudden you become a big Big Ten guy.
He said it. I don't need to say anymore.
You're
right.
You'll always have
right.
been. Yeah.
I know. I mean, he had Illinois is this year's Indiana, and then he likes Wisconsin, and now he likes Washington. And you can't like everybody. I truly believe this is a 3-win or 3-bid league. I don't think there's this big sleeper. I think this conference and the ACC are very top heavy. Very top heavy. For me in the ACC, it's Clemson and Miami. In the Big Ten, I think it's Oregon, Ohio State, Penn State. In no order. But if I had to take a team down the board to make the playoff, and you gave me $100, I'd go USC 5-1. Just because of the talent that's there, the way they've hit the portal. They've underachieved recently. So you get a better number. That would be my team. It's not a very difficult schedule. And again, your road games are Illinois, which you can win, Notre Dame, which you can win, Nebraska, you could definitely win that one, and then Oregon. I'm not saying 10-2, but I'm over 7.5. And if everything breaks right in Southern California, they could be a playoff team. That would be my sleeper, but I only have one sleeper.
Yeah, not half the conference. Okay, on the opposite end of the spectrum when it comes to the schedule. Woo! The Wisconsin Badgers. They go to they go to Alabama. They go to Michigan. They play Ohio State. After playing Ohio State, they go to Oregon. They're also going to Indiana. They're playing Illinois. Should we consider Wisconsin under 5.5?
I didn't realize the number was that low. I thought it was 6.5. It's 5.5. They're telling you without telling you that the forecast, as Mr. T would say, is pain. That's what they're telling you. I mean, Wisconsin for years and years was win totaled in that 9 range. 8.5, 9, 9.5. Now we're 5.5. They're telling you by putting a 5.5 up.
Yep. It's going to be rough. It's going to be a rough one. Let's see. Rutgers also tough. I saw 4 teams that are at 5.5. UCLA, Wisconsin, Michigan State, and Rutgers. They put a lot of those very tough schedules at 5.5. And I know you'll be in on Northwestern over 3.5, maybe. They have a tough road one, man. They go to Penn State and Oregon this year. I mean, that's 2 games. They go 4-8 last year. Just get over that win total. So they set it at 3.5 juice to the over this year.
Northwestern is going to get cracked first game against Tulane. You see who Tulane's new quarterback is, by the way?
Who is it?
Retzlaff from BYU.
Oh.
Yeah, he
What's
broke
the number on
campus
that game?
rules. He broke campus rules because I believe he kissed a woman on the cheek at BYU, so he had to leave. He's now the quarterback at Tulane, and that's week 1. I don't have a
6.5.
Who's favored?
Tulane.
I know, I'm kidding. Oh, man, I can only hear it now. I can't. So they're going to lose. They're going to get cracked in game 1, and then they're going to kick a game-winning field goal and beat Western Illinois, and everybody's going to be like, "Meow!" It's going to be so much fun. You know where Big Noon Kickoff goes week 3 this year, right?
No, I didn't check the Big Noon Kickoff week 3 schedule. Who you got?
Well, it's Oregon at Northwestern week 3.
It's dumb.
We should go. We should go to the game.
That's dumb. Is it one of the early games?
Yeah, well, they're all at noon. I mean, they do the pregame show,
right.
and then the game is at noon Eastern, 11 local time. Oregon at Northwestern, week 3.
Oh, must have been a bad schedule that week. See, that's the week where there's not a lot of conference games going on. Let's get our last cupcake out of the way. So probably not a lot of options. I mean, going to Evanston, I'm sorry. Northwestern
Easy schedule though for them. For in all seriousness, I know a couple guys that bet Northwestern over 3.5. You got Western Illinois, Louisiana Monroe, Purdue. You should win all 3 of those games, and then you need to beat one of UCLA, Nebraska, Minnesota, Illinois. It's doable. It's a very low number. It's really hard for a Big Ten team that plays a pretty easy. Well, I guess it's not easy. You play Tulane and Oregon, but Western Illinois, UL Monroe, those are both wins, and then you only need 2 more. It's going to be very hard for them to stay under 3.5.
Explain this to me. Indiana Hoosiers, they make the playoff last year, 11-2 miracle season, right? So their win total is 8.5 juice to the under. 8.5, that is the same number as Michigan. Michigan juiced heavily to the over. Indiana juiced to the under. Michigan's 4th in the Big Ten odds, but Indiana's 9th. Teams with lower win totals have shorter odds, like USC, Illinois, Nebraska, Iowa, to win the Big Ten. Does that make sense to you? That they have a higher win total than a bunch of teams that have shorter odds for the conference?
It doesn't make sense, but at the end of the day, if you're booking bets on the Big Ten, you know it's going to be one of the top three, so you could really do whatever you want. I think it's just books taking a stance against Indiana. You're right, though. In simplistic terms, if the teams have the same win total, they should be similarly priced. But to me, what it feels like is the books rolling out the red carpet and saying, come on in. You bet Indiana Big Ten. We'll give it to you at whatever you want.
Yeah, people are gonna do it. Like, whoa, they're 48-1 to win the Big Ten. They were right there last year. I'm gonna make that wager. Joe O, Sammy P. We'll get to some Major League Baseball. A shortened card today, right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Get to today's MLB card coming up in a moment. It is a short MLB card. Most of the league off today. I'm not drowsy. Not drowsy at all. I didn't take an edible last night. I just went back to the melatonin to fall asleep, and I'm fine. So maybe that's not my thing. But I did get a detailed message from our guy Alex B. Smith on where he gets the 250 milligram one. It's only for special occasions, Sam. That's it.
I woke up this morning and I was tagged in a story on Instagram by Alex, who went back and found the clip yesterday of us talking about him splitting the 500 milligram edible. And he tagged us in it. And I was like, oh, of course. I didn't go to bed at 3 a.m. last night. I was in bed naturally, as one does when he goes to bed at 3 a.m. and wakes up at 7:45. The next day is much shorter. So I was in bed during White Sox Rays, just fighting it. Like, when you're trying to stay awake. Yeah. It was an early, well, I mean, the game was at 7:35. Yeah. But then I wake up and then that's the worst. Sometimes I'll fall asleep and then I'll wake up and then I can't get back to sleep. So I probably fell asleep about 10:30 and then woke up at 2 and then was up until 3 just staring at the ceiling, thinking about bet sweats, thinking about you, of course. And and then got up per usual. But I'm glad you're not drowsy. That's what I was getting at.
Okay, good. Most of the games I was interested in were in the afternoon. So I ended up watching, I didn't watch the last episode yet. Did you see the docuseries on Amy Bradley that's on Netflix?
No.
Pretty fascinating. It's just 3 quick episodes. You watched the whole thing, Paul?
I watched the whole thing. Yep. Never going on a cruise. Not just for that one.
I'll watch probably episode 3 after the show because it's pretty damn good. But it's like, the more and more I hear about cruises, I do know some people that love to talk about cruises, want to get back on a cruise. It's been, and they go into detail about how much they love them, where they went, blah, blah, blah. Never gone on, never really been all that interested. And just watching the first 2 episodes of that, like, I don't want to ever go on a cruise.
No, me either. I have some buddies who used to date girls that were big cruise girls, and they'd always try and build the trip. Like, let's all go on this cruise. No, I'm not trying to be stuck on a ship with a bunch of strangers, terrible sleeping conditions, horrible food. Oh, there's a lot of booze. Great. I have a lot of booze at home. I don't need to go on a ship to drink with strangers. I have no interest personally. For people that do, great. I'm not going on your cruise. Ain't happening.
Yeah. And it sounds like once I think you're like 12 miles out, like there's no law. There's no police to help you unless you're talking about that Carnival security or whatever. They say it's a floating city. So I've never been on one. I don't think I'm ever gonna end up going on one. I don't know why I brought that up. Oh, because the other thing on Netflix, a lot of people are saying good things about the quarterback documentary, but I haven't watched any of those episodes. Have you?
I have not. I just like watching actual football.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe that's me. I'm laughing.
But we don't
because
have actual football. We don't have much actual sports right now.
I know. I can wait. I can wait until the preseason and the regular season, and I'll be just fine because we'll be watching football for 7 months, basically. I'm laughing because Mike Brown is saying, who's on the ones and twos today for Gerch. Back when I worked in news, there was a horror, there's that word, horror story about cruises every year, including one story where the power went out. There was only one working toilet, and everybody got Nerovirus. No, I'm good. That's all I need to hear to confirm my lack of desire to go on a cruise.
One working toilet on an entire cruise ship?
I'm good for that.
How is that
I'm
even
good.
possible? I don't know how that happens.
Speaking of cruises, I don't know if this is essentially a cruise, but I did, since we're
O'Neill?
live on X.
Yes.
No, Nelson. I went down a Titanic rabbit hole yesterday because I saw this post on X by an account named Gray at JGrayFriend, Grey friend. And here's how the thread starts. Titanic didn't hit an iceberg by accident. It was planned by its owner, JP Morgan. So now I'm hooked. Now you have put the hook in my mouth and I'm ready. He killed 1,500 passengers just to eliminate his 3 richest rivals on the ship. And JP Morgan also canceled his trip on the Titanic 3 hours before the departure. I spent almost an hour on this thread and the research that accompanied the thread. I went deep yesterday on the Titanic for no reason.
Is it true, you think?
I don't know. I don't even care.
But you're going to live in that world?
I'm not a conspiracy guy, but Jake, back me up on this. You see that on the feed, you're stopping everything you're doing, right?
I mean, I'm way in. As soon as you sent it, that first line had me. I'm all the way in.
See?
Yeah, I don't care.
I would rather read Titanic conspiracies than go on an actual cruise. We'll just leave it at that.
Oh, yeah, okay. I think that's probably fair. Are you going to bet on today's baseball? I mean, there's not much to choose. Are we going to have a lightning bet today? This is one of the deadest days.
Joe couldn't have pivoted off of Titanic any quicker.
I got nothing on it. I didn't see the thread. I don't,
I mean, I'd go on a cruise if I could, make a drawing of Kate Winslet, but I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. So there's only 5 games today. The Grand Salami, if you were wondering, is 45.5. If you're looking for some total sicko
I was
action.
wondering. I looked at this card. I'm like, I wonder what the Grand Salami is.
If we talked about the guy back when I worked at Beeson who had the Grand Salami system and went belly up, yeah, I think we have. Yeah, it's not great. He figured out the Grand Salami and then was out of money in a month. So the only thing that I circled was, I almost said Oakland, as I always almost say Oakland, was Severino and the Athletics. The Athletics without a home. Yeah, I like that kind of at plus 110. MGM plus 105. You're seeing a little bit of support for Severino today. I know they lost yesterday, but I that's a weird line to me. To only open up Houston at home minus a quarter and then see it kind of float back out, not to mention the total going up a half run from 8 to 8.5. It feels to me like the market is betting against Alexander, the pitcher for Houston, and I could get on board with that. It's almost the same way, like very similar correlated moves to what we saw yesterday against San Diego, where they were betting on Miami and the under, which I interpreted as, okay, this is support for Alcantara. This feels like anti-support for Houston and Alexander. But I don't feel the need to rush a baseball play out there. We'll give something out in lightning bets, but that was the first thing that I sort of was drawn to this morning was 957 Athletics with Severino at a very, very small plus price.
Yeah. I'm looking at small plus price as well. I'm going Toronto. Toronto at Detroit. We went over the Tigers' struggles, losers in 9 of their last 10. They can't do anything offensively. And then you've got the Blue Jays right now. They're red hot. And offensively, weighted runs created plus since the All-Star break. They're number 1 in baseball. And the Tigers are the worst in baseball. So I'm going to roll with the Blue Jays as a short dog here. Lauer on the bump going up against Olsen. Yeah, I'm good backing Toronto. I was happy to see that they were a dog in this spot. I was thinking about Cleveland against Baltimore, but I kind of think I'm pushing it a little bit. It's Allen against Morton. Baltimore, they've lost 3 in a row. They're struggling. They've been struggling all year, but I don't know. I don't know how real this Guardians run that we're seeing as they've rattled off 4 straight is. So I feel much better about Toronto over Detroit. Lean to Cleveland, but probably not going to play it.
Here's what I'll probably do tonight. It's a very boring day of baseball because there's not a lot of action, and you have the one afternoon game that doesn't really entice me. So what I'm going to do is bet my A's play, and the best price, let's see, best price I can get on that is ... plus 114 at one place. That's a really good number considering most books are plus 110 or less. And I will hook our bets. BetMGM is letting me do Athletics and Blue Jays at plus 330. That's good enough for me today.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. It's just not much to get excited about as far as that goes. We'll talk to Evan Silva coming up, top of the hour. Talk some NFL with him, like we always do. I'm taking a look to see. I didn't see anything new on the Justin Fields front, and I'm just looking at that week 1 line. You still have a couple books that have it down, including Pinnacle. But now we have a couple of 3.5. So they're at least leaning that way in favor of Pittsburgh. It was 3 everywhere before. It's been 3 all offseason. Now we're sitting at a couple of 3.5s if you get down this high, Rod. If that gets to 4, that is something I will take a look at. And I really, to your point, I really don't care who the Jets quarterback is between those two of Fields and Tyrod.
According to Aaron Glenn, a toe injury for Fields. We do not know the severity.
Okay.
So we'll keep you posted. I also, this home run market, Judge, Raleigh, Ohtani, Suarez, that's going to be a fun market to follow over the next couple of months. Who's going to have the most in the majors?
Yeah, Ohtani, the third favorite, wouldn't surprise me if he were to win that one. Maybe we'll sneak that in a little bit as well. An hour to go. Joe O, Sammy P, Evan Silva from Establish the Run on the other side. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
All right, all the teams in training camp, so we're obviously working in more NFL conversation. Joe O, Sammy P, this is Bet Sweats, weekdays 9 a.m. to noon Eastern time on the BetMGM Network. We're bringing our buddy from EstablishTheRun.com. You follow him on X at Evan Silva. What's going on, Evan?
What's going on with you guys? We got news coming out at a rapid pace, and it's going to be like this for the next month plus, and then we'll have the season. So, a lot to keep track of.
We were just reacting to it in the last hour about the Fields injury, and I see that RG3 has already declared him out for the season, which is maybe a different conversation for a different day. But I told Joe I have that drop off at a point. That's it from him to Ty Taylor. That's it.
Really? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess. I don't know. Tyrod Taylor's going to be 36 in a week. And, I mean, Justin Fields, I mean, at least he's only 26 years old still, by the way. But I hear you. I mean, I don't think it's going to be a high-scoring offense either way. So, people would probably have it, like line makers are probably going to have it a lot closer in terms of how many points these quarterbacks are worth than maybe the general public would expect.
A respected analyst, at least I respect him. I'm pretty sure you do as well. Matt Bowen over at ESPN.
Oh yeah, he's awesome.
He put together a list of ranking the top 50 NFL offseason signings, trades, and draft picks. And number 3, he put Joe Thuney, the guard to the Bears. They needed a lot of help. You're well aware of that. Number 2, the Cam Ward pick. And then the number 1 shocked me a little bit. He put Devontae Adams there. That's the number 1 offseason move, putting him in McVay's offense. Let's see what he can do opposite Puka. Where are you on Devontae, and are you going to be picking him up in a lot of leagues?
Yeah, for fantasy football, I want to be ahead of his ADP, and I am right now, not by a ton. It's hard to get him up because, I mean, he's still an aging receiver, but it's hard to get him up in like the top 10. But I think I have him wide receiver 14 right now, ahead of like Mike Evans. And I think that he is just such a perfect fit on paper for Matthew Stafford. Now we got to keep track of this back injury because Matthew Stafford is 37 years old. He has a history of back stuff. I don't know if you guys saw it, but he's not practicing right now due to back soreness, Matthew Stafford. But on paper, if all these guys are healthy, like I think that Devontae Adams can still play. I think that he showed that last year. I think he's still playing at a really high level. The ball is one thing that's nice about fantasy in the Rams offense, where the ball is going to go. They're not a lot of ancillary receivers, tight ends, running backs getting the ball. Like the ball's going to go to Kyren Williams, Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams, and that gives you a level of comfort. And it's a concentrated offense. You got really high-end quarterback play when Matthew Stafford's healthy. But it's a 3 receiver, 1 tight end, 1 running back offense. You know where the ball is going to go.
I look at these lists, man, of where running backs are going, and I see Ashton Genty going 8th and 10th. And some people have him RB3, which to me is insane, but maybe he lives up to the hype. Where are you at Genty, not only from like a prop standpoint, his touchdown number 7.5 on the ground, and from a fantasy value standpoint, where do you sit on Genty?
Yeah, I think that from a touchdown standpoint, it's you're really betting on the offense. How good do you think that the offense is going to be? Because I mean, if you're betting an over on touchdowns, like you want the team to be scoring touchdowns. And that's something that doesn't feel comfortable with a player on the Raiders. But I mean, I think that they're going to feed him relentlessly. I have him RB4. I have him as the number 7 overall player in fantasy. I think that he could lead the NFL in touches. Obviously, he's going to be your favorite for NFL Offensive Rookie of the Year. He's been getting praised in training camp already from Geno Smith for being such a good receiver out of the backfield. Didn't catch a lot of passes in his final year at Boise State, but the year before that he led all FBS running backs in receiving yards. So I think he's not coming off the field Chip Kelly offense. Pete Carroll is 75 years old. He's going to want to run the ball. They've got an offensive line that I think can run block. And they got a quarterback upgrade. So I'm very optimistic on Ashton Genty with the touchdown prop. How much confidence do you have in the offense as a unit?
What's the running back that's going to surprise? People are always looking for sleepers. Who's the guy that's going to probably end up being, you're calling it top 5 when it comes to fantasy production at the end that we're not discussing?
I think that Devon Achane, and I'm not even sure that he's a surprise anymore. His ADP has been really on the rise since they traded away Jonnu Smith. But I think that Devon Achane can have an early career Alvin Kamara sort of season where he catches 100 passes. That's another really concentrated offense where you know where the ball is going to go. And Devon Achane is an excellent receiver. I'm way high on Chase Brown of the Bengals, who over his last 8 games last season, the offense, he averaged 23.6 touches, over 116 total yards, and almost a touchdown per game over his last 8. I think that the Bengals defense is going to be bad. They're going to have to score a lot of points. They are going to score a lot of points. He's a player that I would look at his touchdown prop over. And also I think that Zach Moss might get cut, which would clear the pathway. It would just be Chase Brown and Samaje Perine as his backup. I also, if you want to dig deep, I think that Will Shipley, the number 2 back for the Eagles, is really interesting. They've cleared the runway in Philadelphia for him to be the clear number 2 back behind Saquon Barkley, who had 482 touches last year. That's a lot of freaking work on the body of Saquon Barkley. So there's some guys up top and a sleeper in Will Shipley.
That's a great call because Gainwell's gone, and they used to
Right.
love to give the ball to Gainwell in these weird times. And obviously they win the Super Bowl. They know more than I do, but they'd get Barkley down to the 2 and bring Gainwell in, and you're like, okay, interesting. I went back and looked at the years that I've had a good run in fantasy, and I'm not a fantasy expert like you are, Evan, but I've noticed that when I do well, I find the right rookie running back. It's a weird pattern, but it works for me. So the guys that are being discussed are Hampton with the Chargers. Obviously, you have Henderson with the Patriots, Harvey with the Broncos, Caleb Johnson with the Steelers. Judkins has some muddy waters to get through off the field, but there's a guy who, if you stash him away, he can help. Do you have a favorite or two of these first-year backs that you like?
Well, with the Najee Harris situation, Omarion Hampton is a player that I'm trying to get just as high as I can reasonably be so that when people are using my rankings to draft, they have a good chance to get him. He's like a speed score star, a ton of size, a ton of straight line speed. He was hyper productive 2 years at UNC. First round running backs have a great track record in the NFL. They don't occur that much anymore. But when they do, they get the ball a lot. And we know the Chargers are going to want to run the ball a lot. I think the Chargers are better offensively this year than they were last year. And last year they were 10th in scoring per game. So he's jumping right into a pretty big time offense, really good situation. And I'm on the skeptical side of Najee Harris right now because it seems like the Chargers have something to hide. And they went out and signed Nyheim Hines. If you want to look deeper for a sleeper running back, Jaden Blue of Dallas, he only has to beat out Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders. And Brashard Smith of the Chiefs, 7th round pick, but he's already been sprinkled in with the first team offense at training camp. Maybe could have a Jerick McKinnon kind of impact there where he plays a lot in the passing game. And then also Jarquez Hunter with the Rams, 4th round pick, really explosive. That's not something that Kyron Williams brings to the table. Kyron Williams is kind of a replacement level running back. Sean McVay loves him, so when he's healthy, he's going to be on the field. But for a sleeper, Jarquez Hunter.
With Evan Silva, establishthерun.com. As you can tell, Evan pays close attention on those depth charts. And I know you attack the preseason games as well, where all that intel comes into play when the second and third stringers are all in there. I saw that you guys recently did a podcast on the coaching changes and some of the impact that we're going to be seeing. What is most noteworthy? You can go positive and negative if you'd like, as far as coaching changes and kind of changing how you feel about certain players. What sort of impact are we going to see in 2025?
Well, in Detroit, they lost both of their coordinators. Aaron Glenn obviously went to the Jets. Ben Johnson went to Chicago. And I think it's going to be interesting to see how the Lions operate under John Morton, who is not like an internal hire. You'll oftentimes see like teams will stay in-house. They lose their coordinator, they stay in-house. They didn't stay in-house with John Morton. Will he streamline the offense? Ben Johnson would get the ball to two running backs in David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs. A bunch of receivers, Tim Patrick, Jamison Williams, obviously Amon-Ra St. Brown. They used two tight end sets at one of the highest rates in the league. They had Sam Laporta, but they'd also play Brock Wright. And they would dial up like trick plays to all the time and like try to throw touchdown passes to back up offensive tackles. That's not how that, and also they had like the best offensive line. They could kind of do whatever they wanted. And now their offensive line is kind of in shambles. Taylor Decker coming off shoulder surgery, Frank Ragnow retired, Kevin Zeitler gone to the Titans. Does John Morton come in and streamline the offense and make this a Jahmyr Gibbs backfield and make this, and really focus on getting the ball to Amon-Ra, but also Jamison Williams? I think, and they've really talked up Jamison Williams. I think that John Morton might streamline the offense, and this could be the year where, you remember the year when Jamal Charles just dispatched of Thomas Jones, and the year where Chris Johnson just dispatched of Lendale White. I think that this could be a year where Jahmyr Gibbs dispatches of David Montgomery.
That's really interesting because the narrative is that Ben Johnson was the key, and Ben Johnson had all the answers, and now he's going to fix Caleb Williams. And you're in the minority in thinking that Detroit got really cute and played with their food a lot, which is why Joe and I were shorting them in the playoffs last year. It's like it gave me like Joe Madden Cub vibes. Like after they won the World Series, like he could do no wrong. That's kind of how Detroit did it in the playoffs. So let's transition to Chicago. 8.5, the ever-changing 8.5 on Chicago every year. Right. What happens?
Gosh, the vibes right now are rough. I mean, and we're just coming off the first practice, but Ben Johnson's kicking the first team off the field and Caleb Williams throwing picks all over the place, and Luther Burden isn't even on the field still, and Colson Loveland is being eased in. And I mean, they got these two, really exciting skill position players in the top 40, and like neither of them are like fully ready to go. And I have like a really sour taste on my mouth. Again, it's the first practice of training camp, but it hasn't been, smooth sailing like by any means so far. They have a tougher schedule than they did last year as well. So I don't know. I think that my measured take right now is that they're going to come out of the gate slow, new offense, a bunch of different pieces that they're fitting into place, and that they'll get better as the season progresses. But right now the vibes are not, they're like the worst in the league of any team. I mean, but that's also in large part just based off extreme recency bias on what happened the first day of practice.
Right. We've got about a minute left, Evan. Is there a team that you're pegging as a surprise? Like this year's Minnesota, Washington, or Denver, where they just pop up? It happens every year with a couple of teams.
I don't know. Would San Francisco be a surprise? I mean, maybe based off of last year.
They were last place.
I love that they hired Robert Saleh. I love that they have what projects as the easiest schedule in the NFL. They were, if you look at injury Aaron Schatz's injury, adjusted games lost. They were the most injured team in the NFL last year, and that usually translates to positive regression. I like San Francisco. I think that their win total is pretty high too, but I like them to be like an 11 or 12 game win team. We know they're going to be really, really well coached. So I like the 49ers to bounce back.
All right, there you go. Evan Silva, establishtheRun.com. Make sure you follow him on X at Evan Silva. Evan, always appreciate the time. Let's talk once we get to these preseason games, all right?
Let's do it, boys. All right.
Good stuff there from Evan Silva, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. Here, this is Bet Sweats. We got some fun planned for you on the other side. We'll get to our lightning bets later on this hour as well. This is Bet Sweats live on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Lightning Bets coming up. Joe, Sam, and P. Wanted to react to Evan Silva. Good stuff there from EstablishTheRun.com. You always get good stuff with Evan. Looking forward to having him on during the preseason because you don't find a ton of guys that bet the preseason, but people are looking for angles. And as you could tell, he knows these teams inside and out, second, third, fourth stringers. So he plays those matchups. So he'd be great to have on coming up there. And Sam, he's not gonna give you the beaten path storylines that most people will hand off to you when you talk about any team. He's ready to roll on any team and tell you exactly what he thinks.
I thought he said two things that were very telling. I mean, these are the two that I wrote down. Number one, that he thinks Ashton Genty could lead the NFL in touches. Okay. I mean, that's a lot of touches, but it makes sense. I haven't heard that yet. And that's sort of why I reacted that way, because I think there's a lot of hype around Ashton Genty, but Silva was very calculated in saying he's not really in control of his touchdowns with the number 7.5 over under on Ashton Genty touchdowns. But he wasn't talking touchdowns. He was talking touches. So maybe he's well-deserved as one of these fantasy monsters. I haven't seen a running back come in as a rookie and be this highly regarded. And maybe he lives up to that hype. It was interesting to hear that. And then the second conversation that I was just enthralled by was him talking about how cute Detroit was with Ben Johnson. And he sort of correlated the potential for Jahmyr Gibbs to have like a Jamal Charles type season if they funnel the offense through him. Those were two very interesting points to me.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that are really high on Gibbs. So you're going from where it was completely split into the red zone. Now it's Montgomery time. And it was tough to figure out exactly which guy was going to be used in big spots. But the reality is, props-wise, both of them usually hit it. They usually hit. And there were certain guys that were better against specific teams. But, yeah, that is interesting as well. The Genty thing, I don't know what to do. Like, see, my first thought on Genty, so he's saying possible touches leader. So then you bump him up if you truly believe that. But my opinion was, okay, they drafted him extremely high. You bring in a different quarterback, so you're looking to move the ball through the air a little bit more. But, man, when you take a running back that high, you're going to lean on him. But my thought was, okay, how much are they going to be trailing in games? How often are they going to be down by multiple scores? And then you're not in a position to really run the ball. So that was my concern, that the Raiders are going to be bad again. So how much are you going to be able to use the running back?
Yeah, well, it depends on what league you're in, if you're PPR or not. All these things add up depending on what league you're in. But if you go to a lot of these sites that rank players in terms of fantasy, like this site I'm looking at has Jamar Chase number 1 in the NFL for fantasy. Like he's the number 1 rated player. Chase is 1. Bijan Robinson is 2. Saquon is 3, and I would never, let me be very clear about this, I would never draft Saquon Barkley this year. Just would not happen. For me, that's a me thing. Maybe not a you thing. No show in the country was higher on Barkley last year. But no, not happening. If I have the third pick, I'm not taking Saquon.
To get him, you're going to have to use him with a top 2 or 3 pick, right? Like that's the whole idea.
I'm not burning a top 2, 3 pick on Saquon Barkley. It's not happening this year.
Right.
Just not.
I
mean, the touches in the playoffs alone, he touched the ball almost 100 times.
Yep.
So it adds up. Running backs do not usually do that multiple seasons in a row in terms of production. So those are the top 3. Nope. Chase, Robinson, Barkley. Jefferson is 4. Gibbs 5, Lamb 6, Nakua, who I love, 7, Neighbors 8, St. Brown 10, St. Brown 9, Collins 10, Genty 11. That's where it's at.
He's high on Devontae too. A lot of people that I trust, they're high on Devontae. You mentioned like Puka. I would go in thinking I want one of those Rams receivers. But you need Stafford to be healthy or that thing completely blows up in your face. Had me thinking about the touches leaders last year. Of course, it was Saquon, but it was probably closer than people realize, at least in the regular season. 378 for Saquon. Number 2 was Bijan, 365. Not that far behind. So he was second in touches. Third in touches, Kyron Williams, 350. Wow. McVay does that. Once he picks his back, they lean on him heavily. Derrick Henry, believe it or not, he was fourth in touches with 344. So yeah, if Gentry's up there, you're gonna want to take him. But he's gonna have to. You're gonna have to use a very high pick on him. So yeah, a few interesting things. And you're right about Ben Johnson. You hear nothing but positivity when people bring up coaching changes. It's more about the Bears and how they finally got it right. Well, every year teams think they finally got it right with an offensive guru, and it just doesn't work out like that. A few years later, you'll look back and you're like, boy, were we silly. That was ridiculous. Like, all these gurus aren't going to be geniuses much longer. That's just the reality.
My favorite bust of all time was that Adam Gase was eventually going to be the next Sean McVay. That's the easiest one. Remember, he had that one really good year with Cutler in Chicago. That was the year the O-line, I believe, stayed healthy the entire year. And then they had all the weapons, Matt Forte, Brandon Marshall, Alshon Jeffrey, Martellus Bennett. Cutler was playing at a high level. And they basically thought that Adam Gase was the reason for that. Right. And then Adam Gase goes to the Dolphins, flames out, gets hired by the Jets, flames out, 32-48 as a head coach. You cannot ignore the possibility that the hot, sexy offensive name doesn't hit. Sure, he could be McVay or Shanahan or LaFleur. Could also be Adam Gase. Could also be, who's another? Matt Nagy's a perfect one.
Just a million.
Oh, yeah. Matt Nagy was the architect of Andy Reid's offense with Patrick Mahomes, although Nagy didn't have Mahomes long. But that was like, no, it was Andy Reid, actually, and the personnel. It wasn't the brainy coordinator.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you could go all day. Josh McDaniels, by where you are. How many times have you heard that guy's name and what he's going to be? Oh, well, he just needs another chance. Okay. All right. I mean, there are a lot of.
He had Tom Brady, Joe. I think that's what it was. He had Tom Brady.
So he becomes a genius, though, because he had Tom Brady. Yeah, I know. Everybody's looking for the next, and I get why. Because if you find that young coordinator that can be a great coach / play caller, you've got them forever. If they're successful, they're not going anywhere as long as you end up keeping them happy. So I get it. And it's the most impactful coach position of probably any sport. So, and the big thing, there's no salary cap. You can pay them whatever you want and it doesn't matter. So I get trying to find that. But yeah, every year there's different guys that end up failing in that spot. The weather's not turning. It is early. I mean, we are in the middle of the summer. There's still so much summer to go here. But were you annoyed when you saw the Starbucks lineup of fall drinks that have already been released in the middle of July?
I'm not annoyed. I just don't care. Do you know how much money I've spent on coffee in the last 15 years?
How many?
Zero. Not a single cent. So I don't care. But I know people were very upset yesterday because this account on Instagram that I follow, great account, Snack-O-Later, he put up a picture yesterday of the Starbucks fall sneak peek. Oh, yeah. Ready for this? By the way, the full menu drops on August 26th, the fall menu. And it has the following items on this very large graphic. Your favorite, the pumpkin spice latte, is front and center. So that's number one. And then here are some other items on this graphic. The iced pumpkin spice latte, the pumpkin cream cold brew, the iced pumpkin cream chai, the pecan cortado, the pecan crunch oat milk latte, the pumpkin spice iced espresso, and the pumpkin spice frappuccino. Woo! Can't wait, Joe. Can't wait to slug a bunch of pumpkin.
I don't drink coffee either. Here's what I'm doing right now, though. I'm looking at the Starbucks stock price because I was just curious where we're at. We're at $94. And the reason I did that is because I have decided that Starbucks is never, ever going to die. I don't know how many stores there are in the country. You know, by me, it's inside of places like Target. Like, you can't escape it. And the reason why I say it's never going to die is, well, people get excited when you have lineups like this. They keep adding to it. But I see it in young girls. Like my daughter's age and all their friends, Starbucks is awesome. They don't drink coffee and they got to go to Starbucks, or they got to get their drink when they're with their mom, when they're walking around Target or whatever. They're like brainwashed at 10, 11 to think that Starbucks is awesome. And guess what? They're going to be going to Starbucks the rest of their lives. And the next generation, it's going to be a repeat of the same thing. I wish I would have got in when it was $5 around 2008, 2009. But I think Starbucks is never going to die because I'm seeing it passed down to the next generation, and it's going to happen again.
That early Apple stock, that early Marvel stock that we all should have purchased. Can you imagine if you had Marvel stock and you bought it around 2007 or something like that?
Okay, so I was I forgot which class it was. It was economics or whatever it was. And our class project this is high school, I'm guessing sophomore year, was you pick two stocks and we're going to track and see how you do over the course of the school year. And like computers were the thing. And that's where I wanted to go. I'm like, okay, I'm going to back these stocks with tech, and I'm going to go with computers. And so I picked the two big ones at the time. It was Dell and Apple. Dell, I think, actually did more during the school year, but I want to say Apple at the time, and I'm talking, almost mid-90s, it was like $20. Could you imagine over the years how many times that damn stock split? And it's now I'm looking at it now, it's $215. Like, how much money, if I would have put $1,000 of real money in Apple stock in like 1995, 96 or whatever, what that would be worth now.
Another one was Tesla. Tesla was a major stock. If you would have bought Tesla in like 2020, well, obviously if you buy it in 2019, it's $16. But even if you were late to it and you bought it in 2020 when it's like $90, $95, it goes up and it's in the 360 range, and then it hits, 390. I mean, it's just, if you pick the right one, you could do a lot of damage there, but picking the right one is not easy, I assure you.
I'm seeing them Portillo's. Do you see a lot of Teslas?
I have Portillo's everywhere. I bought Portillo stock. I'm like, Portillo's is never going out of style.
Really? What is it?
Portillo.
Wait,
smacked.
Portillo's stock.
Because everybody loves Portillo's, right?
It's true. Yes, everybody
Wrong.
does.
They've gone from 47 to 10 in the last 5 years.
It was 47?
Yeah, I didn't buy it at 47, but I bought it. I bought the dip like 16, and now it's down to 10.
I find that very shocking because there are a few Portillo's around me, and every time I go to one, the drive-through is like a mile long. It's always busy. It's never dead in there. Everybody loves the food. You can't go wrong with picking an item. I'm shocked that the stock's going down. I guess
that's because we're in a Portillo's vacuum here. That's why.
Guess who else is shocked? Me.
I just would never think to buy Portillo's stock, though. That's why
I bought the dip. I mean, I didn't buy it at 40 or 50. I bought it at 16, thinking it's going to go the other way. Nope, 10.92.
And you're still holding?
Hold.
I hold till I die. That's what I do. Oh, did you cash out? No, I never cash out. That's why I like when we get those questions. Hey, should I hedge? Well, I'm never hedging. I'm riding this ticket till I'm dead. So I think you know the answer. Joe O, Sammy P, Lightning Bets next. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
All right, Light and Bets coming your way. It's a shortened card today in Major League Baseball. We'll get to that, but I think we each landed on a spot or two that we are taking a close look at. You know, a couple of years ago, I said I'm all out in fantasy, but not that I missed it, but I think I'm slowly getting back. Maybe it's just like talking to you and talking to Silva about ADP and hearing stories about people cashing big tickets. I'm worried that I'm gonna go too far back in. But I'll do. It's all gambling. It's all gambling. It's just a matter of how you're doing it and what you're betting on.
If I keep talking to Mike Shope every day, I'm going to be broke betting in all these fantasy leagues.
Yeah.
That guy is as thick in the mud as it gets on the fantasy. I feel like every time I talk to Shope, he's either preparing for a draft or he just had a draft. That guy
That's the problem.
Plugged in to the fantasy.
Yep. Yeah, and now you can find fantasy with huge pools. Massive pools. That used to be the thing with me too. It's like, okay, so we're going to have the party, we have the draft, and we hang out. Okay, that's always a lot of fun. And now I've got to keep up with it. And with the entry fee with, 10 to 12 owners, whatever, is it worth it? When we're betting the NFL and betting college football, and then you've got to spend countless hours on upkeeping a team and waiver wires and, it's Tuesday night, all that stuff. Sometimes the juice isn't worth the squeeze to me. And that's where when push came to shove, I'm like, you know what? I'm just so sick of this. I'm out. It's not even worth my time. Based on as much time as we're going to have to give during our busiest time of the year. That's one of the reasons I ended up being out. But now you have contests like this. Woo! Maybe I'll jump into some of those.
And you can roll it into a weekend if you want to. You can just play a week 5 contest and see what happens. And if you hit the right amount or the right set, you can make a lot of money in a very short period of time. So I understand people being enticed. We should have Shope on the show, by the way, coming up.
Yeah.
And I know we're going to do the Bills eventually on our countdown to kickoff, so that's an easy fill there. But I do like the fantasy minds that have betting acumen. It's very difficult to do both. I couldn't host a fantasy football show. There's no chance in hell. But a lot of people couldn't host a sports betting show. I think it's very rare to find people that can do both. And Evan Silva, Mike Shope, those are guys that I really respect because they have a mathematical understanding of what it takes to sustain success. Is it weird that I keep wanting to buy Minnesota Vikings stock? No. The longer we get in this off season, not that it's the off season anymore, but like the closer we get to preseason and regular season, I'm looking Minnesota, maybe alts over 9.5, over 10.5. I truly believe that they have the best roster in football, 53 men. I do. The big question mark is at quarterback with J.J. McCarthy, who, by the way, has won everywhere he's ever been. State champ in high school, national champ in college. The guy wins. But as a rookie, can he take the Vikings to double-digit wins? I think he can. And the more we get, the closer we get to football, I'm more and more Minnesota love over here.
I never listen for some reason. I don't know why. I've just never been the biggest fan, but I've never been one, and I know a lot of people are very loyal to this guy. I've never been one that puts a ton of stock or listens to Bill Simmons a whole ton. I think sometimes he tries to put himself out there as a bettor and he ends up talking about stuff and he has no idea what he's talking about. He says some foolish things from time to time. And I did happen to listen to an episode maybe a week or so ago. And they started talking about Minnesota. And they were going over the NFC odds. And I agreed with the sense that it's more wide open. And, hey, maybe you can find a dark horse there as opposed to the AFC where you have all those elite quarterbacks. I understand that idea. Brought up Minnesota, and his thought was, well, you don't know what you're going to get in J.J. McCarthy, and looking at the number, yeah, I just don't know. I don't know, so I'm not going to bet it. I'm not going to take them. That's the whole point. You don't know. You're getting value in the number because there's inherent risk. But the upside is the Vikings were right. McCarthy's a dog. He's in a great situation with great weapons, a great coordinator on the other side supporting that offense, and, of course, the great play caller. I'm like, that's what you want, though. Yeah, you don't know. You don't know with any bet. That's the whole point of what we're talking about. You have no idea. Give me the upside play every single time. We're always searching for these surprises, and we know it happens, but we want to limit ourselves. I don't understand that line of thinking, especially in a league where you have shocking events like the Vikings, 6.5 win total a year ago. We see what they do. The Commanders, they were supposed to be in last place in the NFC East. They end up with 12 wins last year. The Broncos with a rookie quarterback. Look at what they end up doing. They get to the playoffs. That's what this league does. Give me potential upside every time. If you're like, okay, I'm a little unsure about the quarterback, well, that's why we're getting value in the number.
That win total was 8.5 2 months ago, and now your fair number is 9.5. So it's already moved up, and I'm kicking myself. I can still go over 8.5 and have to lay a price, but if you alt it up, 10.5, 11.5, you take a shot on them to win the North. From a standpoint on coordinators, I mean, there are not many teams that are better equipped. Kevin O'Connell, Brian Flores. I'll give you the Chiefs. I'll give you the Niners, who just brought in Saleh with Shanahan. And here's the thing. This kid is not learning a new offense. He was in the frickin' building all last year while he was hurt with Kevin O'Connell.
True. Just about the reps. Here's one thing I do know about the NFC North. I do know that the top is coming down. We're not having 3 double-digit win teams again. Actually, it was 3 at 11 plus. You had a 15-win team, a 14-win team, an 11-win team. That's not happening again. So is 1 coming back? Are 2 coming down a little bit? Detroit goes 15-2 last year. They lose both coordinators. How much are they going to come back to the pack? Do you believe in Green Bay? They go 11-6 last year. I find them quite confounding. I don't know what to do with them. And then Minnesota's staring you in the face. And people are expecting them to come back to earth because last year was a surprise. I'm not buying that McCarthy is a downgrade from Darnold. Don't forget where you were on Sam Darnold 1 year ago. All right. So, yeah, I don't think you're crazy on that idea. I think that's an interesting thing to continue to discuss more and more here during the offseason. Lightning bets for this Thursday. Where are you going, Sammy?
Talked about this one earlier. Athletics are going to get my money today. Plus 110. Severino against Alexander. Market a little bullish to begin with, having Houston as a very small favorite at home, and yet the numbers running in. So let's pay attention to that move and bet Severino. It's been a good baseball week for me. Let's go Severino plus 110 with the A's.
Okay, Athletics. He's going the short dog there, and I'm going to go with the short dog as well. I think we're looking at just about the same price. I'm going to go in a different game, though, and I will take the road team in Toronto. You could find them best is plus 115 out there. A lot of plus 110s out there. So I'm going to take the Blue Jays. Blue Jays are hot, man. They now have a 4-game lead with last night's win over the Yankees. A 4-game lead now. And they're going to Detroit. Detroit coming out very slow out of the gates in the second half. Going back to the end of the first half before the All-Star break, they've now lost 9 of 10, can't do anything offensively, and the Blue Jays are beating the crap out of the ball. So I'm going to back the Blue Jays at a plus price. So that's where I'm going with this very short card in Major League Baseball. Paul and Jake, do you guys have anything?
Would like to let everyone know that 20-1 on Christopher Sanchez is officially gone. is down to 15 at
Okay.
BetMGM. And then
That's
one
nice.
baseball play was looking at this Padres-Cardinals game. A lot of guys with crooked numbers against Sonny Gray and Yu Darvish in both these lineups. Landed on Xander Bogaerts, over 1.5 total bases at plus 150.
Jake?
I'll be on the Padres in general, plus 125 against this Cardinals team. Sure. Okay. Have fun with that. I will gladly go against a Cardinals team that's probably going to be selling. I'll back the Padres, who are playing much better. I'll be on the Blue Jays too. The Tigers just look awful. Like, you watch them, they just don't look like they have it anymore. I think they'll be fine in the long run, but as of right now, I do not want to be on them. And just a little update for everybody. Update the ticker. Jacob Wilson 0 for his last 17, by the way.
Damn. 17.
Hitting 181 since June 9th.
Who could have seen that coming?
Man, I kind of jokingly said that bad things come in threes after we had the Ozzy news, Malcolm Jamal Warner news, and we find out Hulk Hogan dies at the age of 71.
No!
Yeah. I knew something was going on because I kept seeing certain people giving updates, like his old friend. I mean, they were torn apart for obvious reasons. Bubba the Love Sponge kept saying, I'm hearing this, I'm hearing that. He's on this. It's not looking good for Hogan. And people were thinking that he was just looking for attention, but no, it was real. Apparently he was not getting out of that hospital. So Hogan dies at the age of 71, Sam.
There's another one from our childhood.
Yep. Getting older. Yeah. I wasn't always the biggest Hogan guy, but you got to respect everything that he did for the business, and he moved markets, man. There's no doubt about that. Joe O, Sammy P, this has been Bet Sweat. Sam is back tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern, right here on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.